Because, excuse me,
Because?
Your
There
mic
we go.
knob is...
my mic knob is fuzzy. I'll switch it. I'll switch it here during the break. Because on this day,
In 1945, George Michael Dolans Jr. was born.
Mickey.
Or perhaps you prefer Mickey Dolans.
Mickey.
George
Drummer
Michael?
and... Yeah, he was a George Michael.
Wow.
Drummer and lead singer of the Monkees, a band that wasn't a band, that was...
Until
But
it became a
then
band.
They became a band.
Yeah, they were a TV show.
Are we
Like,
farting
oh,
around?
for-
Or
oh,
are we
totally.
monkeying around?
Oh, yeah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Yeah, they weren't a band.
They were put together as a TV show
Well, there was
about
there,
a band.
Yeah, there was an ad in the paper in Los Angeles, I think, that said, we're looking for, people who look a certain way.
Yeah.
We
And-
don't
We
care
want
if
you to
you're
sort of look like the Beatles, is what.
Yeah.
And the TV show was actually... Now, I had such a prejudice against this band when they
We all
were
did.
formed.
Yeah.
But as you look back and you listen back, the music is very well done. And the TV show was very entertaining and kind of odd and off the wall, and they were charming, and they kind of grew into all of that too. I think because after the TV show was canceled, they started touring as
Yeah.
a band, and they'd all kind of. I think Mike Nesmith was already a musician. I think Peter Tork was a musician. The other two were actors, Davy Jones and Mickey Dolenz. And I think they learned to play some instruments, and they were pretty good, You listen back to the songs that they did. Some of them are very, very sophisticated and really great. Of course, they had great writers, Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, and Neil Diamond wrote "I'm a Believer," and So it was.
Yeah, I didn't want to play that because Shrek and Smash Mouth have ruined that
they
song.
have.
Ruined, I'm a
forever.
believer.
They really have.
I can never hear that song again.
Never again.
But see, now who's still alive from the band?
Well, Mickey's alive.
Mickey is, yeah.
I think Mike's alive.
Nesmith still is, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Torque is.
No, Peter.
Or did Torque die?
Let's see, Davy Jones died in 2012.
Peter Tork's still alive. Just Davy's the only
Peter
one that
Tork.
died.
Peter Tork died in February of 2019.
Oh,
Ah,
So Mike Nesmith and
Mickey Dolenz.
Mickey Dolenz still apparently do stuff. Go out and perform occasionally. But Mike Nesmith, his mother, invented whiteout.
people don't remember. They don't know what
Whiteout is what you use when you were editing stuff on like
a typewriter.
on the typewriter. Yeah, you'd get some whiteout and kind of and rub over it. I think it was whiteout. Yeah, it was whiteout. She invented.
Yeah.
And made a lot of money for doing. Actually, she didn't. I think she didn't make a lot of money because 3M, who she worked for, said, "Well, we own that really. Mm-hmm. Thanks for inventing it for us, but we really own it." So, the Monkees.
Mickey Dolenz played guitar and keyboards, but they wanted him to be the drummer, so he had to learn how to do that. According
But I
to
know
the
how to
texter.
do these other things. No, you're the drummer.
Okay, Mickey Dolenz was a child star. He was on a TV show when he was a kid called Circus Boy. It was a TV series. Why do I know all this?
I don't know. Yeah, are you reading his Wikipedia? Or
No.
You just know those
Yes,
things.
no.
Are
I
you a
just-
closet Mickey Dolenz fan, Bill?
Well, I'm a Monkees fan, and I just over the years have kind of, but let's see, and they did a movie too, a very strange movie directed by Bob Rafelson called Head, and
With
it's
Jack Nicholson.
Yep, and it's very strange. It's just kind of a psychedelic romp. And let's see, what else do I know
Take your
about the
magic
Monkees?
mushrooms and watch the Monkees movie.
Yeah,
Basically,
essentially that. Yeah, Jack was into that kind of thing. Yeah, and they were just, you go back and listen to the greatest hits of the Monkees. There's a Monkey song that people don't play very often that I really like called Tapioca Tundra. And
I'm just shocked you know this much about
Going a deep dive on the Monkees
well, it's
today.
you know, I actually liked the song. It was on a jukebox with another Monkees song, and it was a B-side, and it's called Tapioca Tundra, and it's kind of a psychedelic, odd song, which Carrie maybe has found.
Well, I will. Give me a minute.
Yeah,
I
it's
found this.
Stepping Stone. I know. I'm shocked how much I know about the Monkees. Actually,
This sounds like a Doors song.
I'm sure that was by design.
Yeah.
what's this one?
Me and Magdalena.
I don't know that at all. Never heard that one. I'm kind of glad I haven't heard it.
I'm just still stuck on that Davy Jones got to be Davy Jones and David Bowie had to change his name. Why did Davy Jones get to be Davy Jones? Who decided that?
Because he was a kid star too in England.
So
And
he was already...
he was already in the Union. He was in the original production of Oliver. Why
makes
I know
sense.
this, I don't know.
I found a radio spot because Gina likes radio spots.
I love radio.
Hi, Gene. We're the Monkees.
Did you tell him about the TV show yet, Mike?
No, man. I was going to sneak it in. You got to be very subtle about these things.
You're going to tell him that we'll be on NBC TV starting September 12th at 7:30 p.m. in colors?
Cool it. What's more fun than a barrel full of monkeys?
Gosh, a Rooney, Mike. I don't know. What is more fun than a barrel full of monkeys?
A train full of monkeys. Dig. KHJ started the last train to Clarksville, and they're going to take hundreds of lucky listeners on a trip September the 11th. Yeah, it's going to be a blast. The KHJ happening to wrap up the summer of '66.
And us monkeys want to meet you at the station.
Why did they decide that Nesmith was the guy who was going to be the taking the lead on that one?
Because
here's a
he's-
Kellogg's. Here's a Kellogg's
Brought to you
jingle.
by Kellogg's. Kellogg's best to you.
Because Mike Nesmith was really the smart one. That's why.
He was.
That's why he took the lead on all of it. And he really was the most... Davy Jones was cute, but Mike Nesmith, you know, he was the John Lennon of the group.
Really?
Yeah.
Mike Nesmith was the John Lennon
Yeah.
of the Monkey. That's my
Yeah.
sign-off today, by the way.
He was kind of the brains of the outfit, you know.
Okay.
He was considered the brainy one. And, you know, Davy Jones would be Paul McCartney, the cute one.
I'd say Mickey Dolenz was probably the Paul McCartney, wasn't he?
No, that's Davy Jones. I think it was
Mickey
Davy
Dolenz would be the Ringo Starr, right?
No, Peter Tork would be the Ringo Starr
Yeah.
because
Well,
he
then
was the
who's
kind of
Mickey
dumb
Dolenz?
one.
He's not
he would
George
be-
Harrison.
He's
Mike
nobody.
Nesmith would be George Harrison.
You think?
No, no. Who knows the
serious
most
one?
about the Monkees here?
He's the serious
true.
one. Isn't the
No,
serious
John-
one the George Harrison one?
No, Mike Nesmith was not the serious one. He was the brainy, smart-ass one, like John Lennon.
And now, from the Birds, the Bees, and the Monkeys, that's the name of the album.
Mm-hmm.
The Monkees, Tapioca Tundra.
This is a weird song, Bill.
It kicks in here in a second, I think, or not. There we go. Woo! It kind of blows your mind, man.
Bill's taking a trip this morning.
Yeah. The Monkees. Anyway,
I saw the Monkees at Lagoon.
did you really?
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Oh, it
Like
was
in
the New
that-
Monkees. That's what they called it, the New Monkees, when they were on that tour.
Yeah, in the 80s sometime.
Yeah, the New Monkees.
Yeah.
And it's because it wasn't all of them. It was
Yeah. I saw
Like-
some of the Monkees at Lagoon.
the New Monkees. You saw the New Monkees.
I saw the Monkees 30 years ago at the Huntsman Center, and a woman threw a huge, huge bra on stage at Davy Jones.
A huge, huge.
It knocked him over. He was a little fella. It knocked him over.
He was.
All right. That's enough farting around. That's,
Yeah.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
There you go. Oh, now see, now you opened up a can of worms. Peter was the smart one. He played dumb. Now you're,
Yeah.
we're going down a road now.
No. Listen, I'll fight any man.
I'll fight any. Monkey fight.
Yeah, monkey fight. All right, let's get this over with. We've got royal doings to get to and news and all of that. So we'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696 to help us get the show rolling. Right now, it's not rolling. It's just sitting there farting around. Mm-hmm. We need to get the whole thing rolling, and you can help if you call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. 877-602-9696. Tell us how you're doing, what you're doing, who you're doing. We really would like to know what your life is like today. 877-602-9696. Call us now.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. BigOTires.com. You're out cruising around. You get a flat. You can pull out your phone, go to BigOTires.com, and go, oh, there's one just right over there.
Yeah, and
There
there
always
usually
is.
Yeah, there is usually. Big O Tires, there are lots of them along the Wasatch Front, all locally owned and operated. You know, it's your friends and neighbors who own those stores, those tire stores, and run them. So, I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple. It's very close to my house, and I'm sure there's one near you. Now,
I
they're
got
having
one
a
on
sale.
Highland Drive.
Yeah, they're having a sale. Let's see, what is it, Gina? It's save up to $150, I think it is. Yeah, it is, on Nitto, Toyo, and Pirelli tires. Now, that's only through April 4th at Big O Tires. So take advantage of that. No credit needed financing. Let's see, what else should I tell you? Well, just go to BigOTires.com. Find a store near you. They really are the team you trust.
The new X96 app allows you to listen to us.
How about 7 of the weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic? How about that?
You didn't warn me there was a list.
Red in German is Rot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Luft.
99.
No, I think
Rot.
Luft is, airborne.
Is fly, right?
Yeah, fly or airborne. Or,
Okay, all right. What about List? Is there a
In German?
for List? The Listwaffe?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
and I'm wondering if, Gina, you maybe have bought all of these or none of these things.
Okay. Oh, by the way, list in German is Die List.
Der List.
The.
Der List. And I just happened to see this instant. It's nothing 7 weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic.
Okay.
Number 1, roller skates. Have you bought any roller skates?
I have not purchased roller skates.
But you can kind of probably guess why.
It's outside, something
Yeah.
to do outside. Yeah.
Yeah, people want activity. They want to do something, and they want to do it outdoors. Number 2, you've already got one of these, Gina. So you don't. RVs, recreational vehicles.
We have had a trailer for 13 years.
Terry, are you going to get are you going to go out and get an RV?
Maybe if I live long enough to retire. I may be living in one. Who knows?
Guns. People are buying guns.
Yes, Joe bought a gun.
Another one?
We
Yeah,
have
he
a
already-
couple.
Oh, yeah, I thought he already was going to say, I thought he
Yeah, we
already
have a
had
couple.
one.
I've been, no, I haven't. Yeast.
Yes. It's
People
hard
are
to
She
buying
was
find.
on the
yeast.
hunt for yeast, wasn't she, Carrie?
Yes, for a while, but now we're able to find yeast. It was just in the early days when the COVID scramble, as I call it. Everybody was hoarding stuff, and but now we realize that the supply chains are fine, and we don't need to hoard all that stuff. Although they were out of Adam's peanut butter at the Harmons yesterday.
What?
Apparently, I know, right?
And I'm on so I buy the great big jar, of course, at Costco, the big jars of Adam's peanut butter, and I'm almost out. Bidets.
You bought one?
Well, that was pre-COVID, but we did.
Well,
Yeah.
Bill got one, too.
Yeah, I just got one recently. It's in the hall. Currently, it's in the hall. Which,
You're pooping in the hall?
yeah, and it's really, I found it to be kind of messy, really.
I want to look into that.
It doesn't smell all that great either. We've had to just run a hose in there, and it's just not. Sweatpants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've bought sweatpants?
Yes. Yes.
You didn't, but you've owned sweatpants before.
But I
that.
needed new sweat.
Why did you need new sweatpants? Were the old ones too small?
They're the only pants I'm wearing these days, so
And
I needed some more.
Scented candles.
no scented candles.
Which I would,
Really?
yeah. If after months of stay-at-home orders, your home is starting to smell extra lived in,
Yeah.
you're not the
Try
only one.
cleaning it.
Or opening a window.
cover it
open
up with-
Open a damn window or two. You don't. It's not like the coronavirus is just hovering in clouds outside of your house, just waiting to blow in. You can open the windows. It's good for you to have fresh air. But candle sales have shot up during the pandemic. So those are 7 weird. They're not all that weird. I don't know. Why would they say weirdest products?
Yeah, it's
that
not
people
weird.
are buying up.
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, 6:22. Let's get this over with.
We'll officially begin the program, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I'm so excited. We have somebody who claims that his name or her name is Oil Smoker waiting on the line to check in. So we'll find out what that's all about after we do this opening. Gina?
It's brought to you by children.
All right. The moon is 23.9% of full. It's a waning crescent moon. The moon, what there is of it, will set today at 1:32 p.m., today being Monday. It's the, what day is it? The 8th day. 8th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. Day 353 of the pandemic radio broadcasts. That's 50.28 weeks we've been doing the show from home. 11.565 months we've been doing our show from home. And what show is it? Well, it's the Radio from Hell show, otherwise known as The Firm, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, wearing our blood diamonds today, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the producer of the show, and Skip and Miriam are helping out in the producer's booth. Thank you for that. It's international. Well, this morning I was listening to another radio show. And I said, "What is it today? Is it? It's International Women or something Day, isn't it? It's Women's History, right? Oh, yes, that's right. It's Women's History Month. No, that's not right. No. It's International Working Women's Day today, and it's also Do Something Nasty Day.
Ooh.
So,
is it?
Yes, it is.
We're being directed to do something.
There are naughty days and nice days and all sorts of goody gumdrop days on the calendar to celebrate and enjoy. So it stands to reason there should be a negative type day, and this is it. Do something nasty today.
Well, all right.
All right. That's it. So we go to your check-ins, 877-602-9696.
All right, let's go to Oil Smoker.
Good morning.
Oh, this is the real Holiday Inn smoker. And no, I am not addicted to cigarettes.
Okay.
Okay. What does this mean, the Holiday Inn smoker?
I'm the badass or boner from last Friday.
Oh, at the convenience store.
Oh, the convenience store.
Exactly.
Am I the boner?
Yeah. You're my hero. I love you. So let's back up and tell people we have a new feature called Am I the Boner, where you email in stories, and they can be about you or someone you know. And was it your son that sent in the story?
Yes, my embarrassed son.
No. So do you want to tell the story of what happened?
So let me tell you just a little bit about it. It was the day before Halloween. There was a big sign on the door, and it said masks required. And I walked in the store, and there must have been 20 people in the store, not one mask. The employees were not wearing masks. I went up to get my Red Bulls. Never had that in mind. I don't know where it come from, but I just said I'll take a pack of Marlboro Lights. So the story was pretty accurate, but I started smoking, walking through the store, and the manager looked at me, and everybody looked at me like I had a gun. You can't do that in here. And that's when I got into the constitutional rights and got a little heated. One guy kind of forced me out of the store.
So the point you were trying to make is if you're not wearing masks, it's the same thing as smoking in the store. That
was the point.
Yeah.
Now, did you actually you got a citation for this?
I got a call within 10 minutes of leaving the store from the Utah County Sheriff.
Yeah.
And he said they were going to charge me with trespassing if I ever returned to the store.
Where will you get your Red Bulls now if you can't go there?
Yeah, that's the only place you can get them.
I've actually quit Red Bulls 2 weeks ago because I used to drink 3 a day, so my kids kept saying, you better quit or you're going to die.
Wow.
And the point being, too, is that you're not a cigarette smoker at all, right?
No, I am not a cigarette smoker.
Yeah. Well,
I love your story, and you are absolutely not the boner in that situation.
So I had one more thing to add.
Yeah.
I know the owner of the store. I went to Paris with him. I'm an acquaintance. I wouldn't say a good friend. So, and then secondly, after, it probably wasn't a bad thing that I got a little belligerent, so I felt kind of bad. So I sent them all gift certificates. I didn't say I said who it was from. I just sent it to the manager of Holiday Oil. So I did try to make it right as far as being nice. I said it was a stunt, maybe not well thought out, and I sent them all gift certificates.
Well,
You're a
nice.
good man.
Yeah.
You're a good man.
That's great. Well,
that's the story. I'm sticking to it.
Okay. Well, it's a good story.
You're not a boner.
Thank your son for sending it in, and thanks for checking in with us.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
See ya.
I'm glad we got a follow-up.
Yes. And if you have a situation where you're wondering, am I the boner? Send it in to us, radiofromhell@x96.com, with in the subject line, am I the boner? There you go. Braden. Let's
Hey,
finish
Braden.
up with Braden.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine. All right. What's on your agenda this week, Braden?
Well, this week, I'd really like to figure out how to make some more money. That'd be nice.
Okay.
But other than that, we're just going to work and hope to God that my car doesn't blow up in the meantime.
Well,
Why would
Braden,
it blow up?
you don't have to worry. The government's going to send you a check, man. You're going to be
Yeah.
okay. Just don't
Wow.
worry about it. Don't worry
They're
about
really throwing us a bone, let me tell you.
it. Mm-hmm. Well, I hope your car. What is there something seriously wrong with it?
Well, it's not that there's something seriously wrong. It's just more or less the fact that it's got, 205,000 miles.
Ah.
So I'm just kind of like, you know what? It leaks oil, but at least that means that it has oil. So, we're good there.
All right.
All right.
Good.
Thank you, Braden.
Braden,
Good luck with your week.
You're welcome.
we hope everything's okay, and just don't. You won't have to work, you see, because the government's going to send you a check.
That's right.
All
That's
right.
right. One last thing, Sam, I hope you have a great day to my brother. Thank you,
All
guys.
right, Sam.
All right,
Okay.
see you later.
Good luck. Traffic, please, Gina.
I will just take this opportunity to ask you for traffic information because UDOT, as far as they're concerned, everything is smooth sailing. But maybe you see something that needs to be shared. You share it with us via text, and you do that via the short code 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Big Boy News and Amy Donaldson with sports on the way. Stand by for all of that. Let's see. Michael A. York and Associates.
You got
He's
yourself
a tax nerd. Let's be honest.
Geez, is he ever? So you got yourself a little small business. You're making some money on the side, and you think, I don't want to bother to claim it. Michael A. York can tell you why you should and how you can take advantage of tax laws.
Yeah, you might not even realize what you're doing is a small business. Michael A. York can explain that to you. But maybe you have a small business that you know is a small business, but you need help. How do I file this year because I took the PPE?
Payment protection.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know how to file with that. The taxes are weird this year, just like everything else, and you need somebody that understands it to walk you through it.
And that's Michael A. York and Associates. You can call them and make an appointment. 801-REFUNDS. That's 801-REFUNDS. Or you can visit them online, michaelayork.com.
Start your work day.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
Can you do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday. And so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk.
Mm-hmm.
Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric, a 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick, 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Right? Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on
black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it,
Yeah.
which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to
Right.
your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, yeah, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No. You have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stain things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed. This
It
is
says
just
here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger-infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
it's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after,
Yes.
and they were all orange.
You need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric
Yeah.
golden milk.
These are the
bedtime.
golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
It sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I
while
told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No.
No, it was.
I don't
was
understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid
If
for
my
it.
kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast. Just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes.
I don't.
He is.
Are you sure about the showering
Yes.
thing?
He is.
From Hell on X96.
All right, 6:36. We got sports with Amy Donaldson coming up here in a moment. But first, big boy news and a Pinuendo brought to you by.
At University of Utah Health Plans, they provide medical and pharmacy services to meet you right where you are. For those without insurance, there's a special open enrollment period now through May 15th. Enroll today at uofuhealthplans.org.
Lots of celebrity news today. We should probably talk about Meghan and Prince Harry and the big interview. But I think superseding that, of course, is the fact that Nicolas Cage has gotten married again. Nick has married his girlfriend Rico Shibata in Las Vegas, and they're very happy. Nick says they got married last month.
Nick says, ask her if they're very happy. She's 25.
It's true. We're very happy. He's 57. She's 25, but she's a rough 25. So she's perfect.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
She's lived the life of a 57-year-old.
It just came out of my mouth. I don't know what it means at all. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle with the big blockbuster interview with Oprah Winfrey. Did you actually stay up and watch it, Gina?
Of course I did. My sister and I were texting back and forth the whole time.
All right, so
why weren't you like the old days, just talking to each other on the phone while you watched it?
Because we couldn't text. If we could have texted in the old days, you would have done that.
So what was your overall impression?
I'm of a couple of minds on it.
Okay.
My first impression was she was kind of a dummy because she didn't know what she was getting into.
Well,
I never looked into any of this. I didn't know.
Yeah, so I think she's lying.
Well,
of course she did.
I don't. How could you possibly know what you're getting into with a situation?
No,
like
she claimed she didn't even Google Prince Harry. She didn't really.
Yeah.
Bull crap.
But so there's that. Other than that, the racism part of all this is hideous. The palace, the monarchy, the firm, whatever you want to call it, they had a real opportunity with Meghan becoming part of their family to show that they are not racist, that they not only are welcoming her into their family, but supporting her.
But
and
you know why they didn't do that? Do you know why they didn't do that? Because they're racists.
And I guess the most shocking thing that came out of it was, and neither one of them will say who it is. I think it's his brother. I think it's William, but it could be Charles. Neither one of them will say.
Which one is it that was in the Nazi uniform at the Halloween
Harry.
party? Oh, it was Harry himself. Okay.
Oh,
that's a
that
different
didn't come up
issue.
in the interview,
No.
did it? Okay.
That was a long time ago. That's a whole separate thing. But somebody and they did go as far to say as it wasn't the Queen and it wasn't Prince Philip, but some higher up in the family was very concerned about what color the children would be.
What color
when
is
they were
that
born.
baby? What Archie? What color is his skin going to be? Do you think? Yeah.
I got the impression, that's what she said. When Harry spoke about it later, I got the impression this was a conversation they had before they got married. Because he said, what color will the children be? So I don't think it was Archie specifically. I think it was, you sure you want to marry her? We don't want to know what color the children will be. But little things like her... it's not a little thing. She had a very serious mental health episode and tried to get help and couldn't get help for it because there's no mechanism for that. You know, you're stiff upper lip British.
Yeah.
Oi, can't get you mental health help for dealing with this.
Yeah,
No
what if
help
people-
for that.
What if word gets out that you're, yeah.
And it sounds to me like they left because Harry specifically was trying to protect his family. His poor son is not given any, special royal treatment, no special protections, and his wife is being attacked for her race, and I think he felt like it was the safer thing to do, the better thing to do for his family to leave. It made sense to me.
Did I read this morning that, and is this true, that the royals stripped them of all security?
They don't have their titles or anything anymore.
Their titles, but their security.
Right. The security is an interesting part of it because, and I never thought about it this way, and he mentioned it. He said, I was born into the dangerous situation that I am in. I didn't choose to be the prince. Being prince is a dangerous, I'm under threat from things. So the palace should pay for me to have security for the rest of my life because, it's their fault. I'm in danger.
But they don't, and Tyler Perry paid for it?
Yeah. So when they left, they said, well, we'll go to Canada because that's part of the Commonwealth. So that's sort of, English. It's a transitionary place. And they stayed there. But what happened when they were in Canada was they took away their security. And so they said everybody knew where we were living and we had no security anymore. And no money. They cut off their money. So I don't know how they know Tyler Perry.
She gets some pretty handsome royalties from Suits, I would think.
But Tyler Perry said, you can come move into one of my thousands of houses I have, and I will pay for your security while you figure this out.
You don't know how they know Tyler Perry? That wonderful movie, Medea Visits the Queen.
But it was... I don't know. It was. I feel bad for them.
I think it's amazing that people are that interested in all of this.
The Crown is the #1 TV show, and they talked about it. Oprah said, "Do you watch The Crown?" They're like, a little. You know, they watch every episode of The Crown.
Yep.
People are fascinated because it's a world we're not privy to. It's,
Yeah.
but the real missed opportunity for them to change perceptions, and they didn't. They've maintained.
That's because, Gina, they didn't change their position because they're racist. That's why. More Americans are warming up to COVID-19 vaccines, apparently. 19% now saying they have already received at least one dose, and 49% expressing intent to do so when they get the chance. So it's up to about 69% of Americans are saying, yes, we will definitely get vaccinated when it's possible to do.
I've got my appointment.
Yeah, good.
Thursday.
For you getting one dose or two doses?
Don't know yet. When you get there, you'll find out.
Oh, okay.
I bet you're a 2-doser. I bet it's a.
I don't know. We'll see.
So the final day of the Utah State Legislature wrapped up on Friday. We'll talk to Derek Kitchen about that coming up on the show. The governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, said on Saturday that April 10th will be the date that the mask mandate in Utah will end. He said that
because that's how viruses work.
He's expected to. Well, Utah's statewide mask mandate will end April 10th under a law passed in the final hours of the legislative session. Spencer Cox says he is not expected to veto he doesn't think he'll veto that. And now it says masks will still be in evidence because stores probably will still be requiring them, things like that. But statewide,
counties can require them.
Yeah, counties. Yeah, that's true. Counties, Salt Lake County can require it. Utah County, we'll see.
Which now we're back to that confusing thing where what county am I in? What store am I going to? Do I need to wear a mask? I just don't understand why we don't leave it in place until the data says, okay, we haven't had.
That is science, Gina. We don't need that.
We're down to so many new cases a day. We're down to a positivity rate of this.
Science is notoriously anti-business.
So Minneapolis, trial starts today for Derek Chauvin, the cop who put his knee on George Floyd's neck. Several hundred people supporting the conviction of Derek Chauvin on murder charges gathered across the Mississippi River on Saturday in front of the governor's mansion in St. Paul. Prosecute the police, they chanted. More protests planned for today outside the courthouse where the case will be heard in downtown Minneapolis, now lined with protective concrete barriers, razor wire. The criminal prosecution of Chauvin. By the way, they're going to broadcast it live on Court TV.
Oh, really?
Yeah, cameras are allowed in the courtroom, and they're going to broadcast it live on Court TV. Do we get Court TV? Probably.
I'm sure.
I would have to check.
Probably somewhere on our cable feeds. So that's that. And let's see. I guess that's all the time we have, right?
Weather traffic. Weather brought to you by Scott Hale. The spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Well, today it'll be another really warm day. We could get up to 70 for a high today, and it will be windy, so windy that it could be blowing dust around, and that wind is blowing in much colder temperatures and a storm. Tonight into tomorrow, we have a chance of rain and snow, and tomorrow, so we'll go from 70 today to 48 for a high tomorrow. So big changes on the way. Traffic, the only traffic I have comes from you. Thank you, friend of the program, that sent this in. Accident just happened 6 South 3rd West. Bumper in the road. So free bumper. Thank you for sending that in via text at 33986.
All right. Well, let's see. It's Sports with Amy Donaldson. Is this a sponsored feature?
It's brought to you by Children.
Oh. Okay.
So, Amy Donaldson. Sports.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Hi, Amy Donaldson Sports. She's
Hey,
here.
how are you, Bill? All Red News.
I'm doing fine, thank you. Amy is, of course, a reporter and podcaster. You can hear her podcast. Let's see, it's Voices of Reason with Jason Lee, right?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
And you. So just
Yep.
look for Voices of Reason podcast and look for Amy's tweets, AD on Sports. I saw your tweet with the dog and the cat.
Oh yeah.
With so there's a fierce looking dog, and then there's a cat lying on its back with its paws up in the air, and the dog's kind of looming over it. And and Amy tweeted, "Guess who's the alpha animal in this situation?" And I said, "I believe it's the cat. I can hear its thoughts now. I'm open. Go on. Try it, buddy. Try it."
That's Big Lenny, former stray, but after a few months of taking him to adoption events, I just gave him to EKB for his birthday.
Oh, good. How nice. Ed will love having Big Lenny. That's his pal.
Yes.
So what's going on in sports, Amy Donaldson?
Well, we had the NBA All-Star Game. It was really interesting to look at my timeline last night to see the All-Star tweets and then the Meghan and Harry tweets all mixed together. And there were a few other dog and cat related ones, but locally we had the most participation we've had since in 1989 we had 3 All-Stars. This year we had 3 All-Stars. Mike Conley, remember we talked about him last week.
Mm-hmm.
It's his 14th season in the NBA. He did not get voted onto the team, and he did not get picked by the coaches. But he gets a phone call. He's eating dinner with his family, and I think in Ohio, Friday night, and gets a phone call and gets to take the place of an injured player. And so he gets to play as an All-Star yesterday. So that was kind of a feel-good. He did also compete in the three-point contest. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. He almost beat Steph Curry. All you heard about was Steph Curry. He almost beat Steph Curry.
Yeah, but that's almost.
By 1 point, Steph Curry had to use a bonus ball that was worth 2 points. Most of the shots were worth 1. And, I beat him by 1 point. So it was fun to see him have a good – he only made 1 bucket in the game, but, it was that was not the point. And he even said, I got on the stat sheet. You can go ahead and take me out of the game and let the young guys play. Rudy Gobert scored 10 points. Donovan Mitchell scored 15. Everybody seems to be happy. There was a lot disrespect talk before, which is usual. And then Quinn Snyder also was the coach of the winning team, the Team LeBron. So
lots of good jazz stuff.
Lots of good jazz stuff. The Jazz fans are very happy this morning. So, and then let's see, you got college basketball going on. SUU, they won their first ever Big Sky Conference Championship with a 73-54 win over Portland State. The tournament is next for them. They have a bye. They play Thursday at 11 a.m. Their opponent is to be determined. Utah just annihilated Arizona State. This Utah men's basketball team is really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised by anything that happens next for them. The Pac-12 tournament starts Wednesday. They're seeded number 7, and they take on number 10, Washington. Let's see, BYU. They play today. The West Coast Conference semifinals are today. They play Pepperdine. Pepperdine is a team they split with during the regular season. BYU only had 3 conference losses, 2 to Gonzaga and 1 to Pepperdine. So we'll see. I think that game is 10 o'clock tonight. It's super, super late. So true fans will stay up. Weber barely beats Northern Colorado, 60-59. They are in the 3rd seed in the Big Sky tournament. They also have a bye, so they'll play Thursday as well, but they play later, like 8 p.m. Let's see, USU, they end the regular season with a win over Fresno State. They're going to be the number 2 seed in the Mountain West Conference tournament, and they play, March 11th, whenever that is. It's this weekend.
March 11th is on the 11th.
Yeah, all the conference tournaments are this weekend, so that'll be, deciding who makes it to the big dance and who stays home and gets to watch. 1AA football, we have Weber's game was postponed until April 7th. Cal Poly's had a bunch of COVID issues. Interestingly enough, SUU lost another heartbreaker this weekend to Idaho State, but they are scheduled to play Cal Poly on this coming Saturday, the 13th. So we'll see if that ends up happening. Dixie State lost to New Mexico, and they play Tarleton State on Saturday, the 13th. BYU women's soccer team, they beat Loyola 3-1, giving Coach Jennifer Rockwood her 400th win, and also local winter sports athlete, Faye Galini. I think she's been to 4 Olympic Games. She's a snowboard cross athlete. She took 3rd place in Georgia. I can't pronounce the city, but Georgia, the country, not the state. They're not in the South.
Oh, okay.
But that's her 3rd podium in 5 World Cup starts this season, and pretty spectacular for a pre-Olympic year. And then congrats to some high school teams. Springville girls beat Farmington on a buzzer beater for the 5A title. And then Fremont defeated Harriman for the 6A girls title. In boys basketball, Lehigh defeated Farmington for the 5A title. And 7th-seeded Davis completes the Cinderella story by defeating Westlake 60-55 for the 6A title.
Woo!
There you go.
Is that it?
Go Darts.
Finny.
All
Yes.
right.
Finny.
Look, you even know the mascot. Yes.
Well, that's where my husband went to high school. That's the only reason I know.
Now Big Lenny the cat was being menaced. Not really. He was trying to draw in the giant dog.
Yeah.
You can see it on
Yeah.
Amy's Twitter. What's the dog's name?
The dog's name is LT for Little Traveler. He came from New Mexico, probably the worst state to be a pet, I'm convinced, based on the number of dogs and cats you get from New Mexico. But
that's where we got Hudson.
He just found his home yesterday. He got adopted shortly after that picture, and he was adopted by a single guy who's promising to take him on lots of good hikes and runs. But Lenny thinks he's a dog, so he lays out on the deck with the dogs, and basically my dogs have learned not to mess with him, but the Fosters have to learn the hard way.
So, Amy, if people are interested in following you in terms of your pet business, your pet adoption business, what do they do?
Go to cause.org. You can find us on Facebook, Cause Herd, or under Cause. And, there's lots of really good animals. There's a ton of puppies right now. I'm not sure what's happening in the universe, but there's a lot of puppies, and there's some really, really great, if you're looking for an active dog, hiking.
Mm-hmm.
Those seem to be the dogs that come back to, that go into rescue or get surrendered at the shelter. So if you're looking for a hiking buddy, we got plenty.
C-A-W-S.
C-A-W-S.
Yeah. It's like Cause, but with a C. C-A-W-S.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Amy. We'll talk to you again.
Amy.
Thanks. All right, bye.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, only one accident to tell you about. It's a crash eastbound 6 South, 3rd West in Salt Lake, affecting the center lanes of traffic there. And if you see anything else, like the nice friend of the program that sent that one in, you can text it to us if it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Derek Kitchen on the phone, I think, after these messages to talk about the wrap-up of the legislature that's been happening. And, of course, round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for all of that. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Right now, you can get LASIK at Hoops Vision for $800 off the procedure by the great professionals at Hoops Vision. Kerry has had his eyes done there, and so have I. Many of our family members have Hoops Vision Correction. You can get rid of your glasses and your contact lenses if you are a good candidate. Now, how do you find out if you qualify or are a good candidate for the LASIK procedure? Well, you make your free, no-obligation appointment with Hoops Vision. You call them 877-30-LASIK. That's L-A-S-I-K. And make this appointment. This is a free appointment. They check in your eyes and make sure that you are a good candidate for it. And if you are, then they'll talk about surgery and financing options and all of that. So hoopsvision.com or call 877-30-LASIK for Hoops Vision.
less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week, and so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
That's expensive. That's
I was going to say, I'll put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who is that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my
And
favorite.
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and
I
dropped
love
off some
Punk.
toys, but
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Mm.
I'm talking about
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy. Actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so
Well,
maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not heard
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore.
He was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified,
You wanted,
That's when
I went. Oh well.
you didn't like his advice, and
That's
then you
what did
looked
it.
into it.
Yeah.
And, but
I said, where
because
did
he
you,
thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
where did you learn this stuff? I said, did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
well,
And I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and said, the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how's that Cuba going?"
is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's
Yeah.
terrible, by
I
the
know,
way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy. If you're listening, we have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard
it
he
will
was
be
doing
like
a-
the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy.
Chainsaw Guy podcast?
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, if he, I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So a Chainsaw Guy, just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
You could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No,
Yeah.
I want him in here. I need to see him. I need to.
I don't need the smell of the exhaust and, and
it's always terrible.
his overalls are always kind of dirty.
And he usually doesn't button them up the
never,
right way.
Yes.
There's always something hanging out.
Well, we have 4 more days of Radio from Hell show where you will have the chance to.
Well, I'll
Make
if
good on
If I
him.
find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him, Kerry says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the.
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
Love advice and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, "Hey, hey, hey,"
Yeah.
and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
You know, Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
that's true. That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the what is it? The Universal Life.
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy?
Uh-huh.
Well,
it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is
Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, you know. People are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
And
then you can have all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one.
All right, 7:03 right now as we broadcast live from our homes. You can see us at x96.com/live. We've got cameras set up there. Bill's got a new camera, so he's very excited.
Well, no, I've got my same camera. I've got a new view screen for you guys.
Your camera and view screen are two different things?
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, because mine is
one.
All one, yeah.
Yeah, no, I have a separate camera.
I'm okay. Now mine just went blank. My camera.
Well, that's why I have a separate camera.
Maybe that's the smart thing to do because mine just went crazy and shut me out. So, guess what?
What?
It's the password thing we were talking about earlier. Because it's all connected. It's all Microsoft. It's all in that
Things
same
that
program.
must go.
Yes, basically. Just
Well,
got kicked out. Okay.
Anyway,
but Derek is on the phone. The phone still
Derek
works,
Kitchen.
so.
Good morning, Derek Kitchen.
Hi, good morning. How are you two?
Fine. There are three of us here, Derek. Well,
Carrie left.
Yeah, I'm kind of gone.
Hi, Derek.
Hi.
State Senator Derek Kitchen, let's get right to it. The legislative session is over. That means you can get back to the restaurant, right?
Well, yeah, that's my hope anyway. Today's the day.
Yeah. So some of the things that the legislature did that I want to ask you about. Talk about this Colorado River Authority that they established.
Okay, so yeah, this was a bill sponsored by House Speaker Brad Wilson and Senate President Stuart Adams.
Mm-hmm.
And, the Colorado River and water more broadly is going to continue to be an issue for the state of Utah and the entire West, especially as we continue to blossom in terms of population growth. But this lays out some terms regarding the authority and how to, make sure that we're managing the water appropriately. It's, I have concerns with the Colorado River management more broadly, especially in terms of Lake Powell Pipeline and, Washington County siphoning off a fair amount of that water for that county. You got to keep in mind Washington County
Derek,
uses more water.
They're planning to siphon off water that isn't there. The water is not there for them to siphon off and build $1 billion pipeline to St. George to take water that isn't in the reservoir. Damn. And the other thing about this, comment on this if you would. They established this authority which can operate without any. They don't have to have any public hearings or anything like that. They can just do what they want. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. Isn't that the Utah way?
It's
no
frightening.
Oversight at all?
No.
Huh.
It's frightening. No public hearings, no nothing. They can just
and I think one thing that's concerning to me is the fact that this is bound to increase tension between the other western states like Colorado and Nevada, and then the tribal communities as well that are impacted by this. So the lack of stakeholder engagement is concerning to me. And I imagine that this will increase tensions, and that's the last thing we need right now.
What bills that you put forward there were some that you had some success with, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned the affordable housing money. We got $50 million heading in that direction, homelessness and housing. That one's really good. Last week, I was successful in a bill that I worked on over the last 2 years, directing county jails to charge fair pricing for their inmates when they're making phone calls or video calls to their family or loved ones. Some county jails are charging $15 for 15 minutes. That's $1 a minute. That's insane.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so that's a bill. The pricing of phone calls is really key. you may know, I have some family that spent a fair amount of time incarcerated, and so this is a firsthand experience that I have, and so it's something that I feel passionately about. So that one was really, really, I'm proud to get that one passed.
Now, wait a minute, stop. You had some family. I didn't know that you had incarcerated family. Maybe we shouldn't go into it, but enough said, I guess, but you have had family members in jail before, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I mean, and the reality is that it's hard to make money when you're incarcerated, right? Yeah. So, oftentimes the burden of loading up somebody's account so that they can make phone calls to their attorney or their bishop or their son or daughter, that falls on the family, and so this is an issue of socioeconomic justice as well. And so that's a bill that I worked on with the Republican Representative Cheryl Acton in the House, and so she and I have been really close on this one. And if you recall, she's the one that ran the abortion ban last year that I fought pretty hard against. And so it was a good opportunity for me to come together with somebody that I disagree with on many policy matters, but we do share interests on some of these social justice issues. So, it's not all bad in terms of cooperation up there. And then Kira Birkland, you may recall, she was the one that ran the bill that was proposing to ban transgender girls from high school sports.
Right. Mm-hmm.
We successfully beat that policy back, but she and I co-sponsored a policy that was geared toward police reform, but basically would have mandated that officers of, peace officers had to announce their intent to use deadly force if they were going to pull their gun and pull the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
And then also mapped out some transparency guidelines for each county district attorney to put forward the results of an investigation publicly on their website. That got all the way out of the House of Representatives and into the Senate, but I lost by 2 votes in the Senate.
So will you bring that back next year in some form?
Yeah, I got to work my colleagues. I got to meet with them during the interim and make sure that I can address any concerns that they have. And then it will be likely a similar, maybe a slightly different policy next year just so I can get the support. But it's a good bill, and I'm optimistic, another year, of work will get it done.
What about the legislature trying to rein in, and I guess they have passed a bill to rein in the governor's powers to declare a state of emergency. Same thing with county leaders, apparently. What's that all about?
Yeah, this is a policy that had been, in the works from the beginning of the legislative session. This was a priority of leadership, Senate and House leadership on the Republican side. I've learned my lesson in the past that when the legislature and the governor go head to head, sometimes it's best just to stay away so you don't get burned. I avoided this topic a bit because I knew that they were going to have success in some fashion. I really leaned on my county mayor Jenny Wilson and Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, and I want to make sure that these executives have the authority to make the right decision when there's a public health emergency. The policy as it passed, there were some concerns, but not as many big red flags as initially mapped out. So, it passed. The governor supports it. I think he'll sign it. So, we'll see.
Yeah. I don't know how much time we have here, but I was looking at an email that you sent out about some of the issues that you were working on, and I'd never heard of this, the Crown Act.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, the Crown Act is something. It's a grassroots movement all over the country. It started in black-owned barber and beauty shops, but the reality is that in schooling or employment, oftentimes primarily black women, but it also applies to Indigenous and Native and some Latinx communities. They're discriminated against because of the way they wear their hair. And so the Crown Act was an effort that I had worked on with constituents that would have engaged Utah in the same sort of proposal that would have prevented employers or schools from discriminating against somebody based on how they wear their hair, so race-based hair. You're talking locks or afros or weaves, knots, things like that. So, I mean, I'm a bald, white, cisgender man. So, I mean, maybe I'm not the best person, but, the thing is we're all marching on, together on this. And so I had Sandra Hollins in the House co-sponsor this bill with me, and it went down in flames in committee. And My
Because nobody
colleagues,
cared?
bless their heart,
They just didn't
you know,
care?
What's that?
They just didn't care? Is that...
They don't understand. It was, it went down 2-2. It was the two guys in the Senate who represent rural Utah. They just don't think that discrimination is a problem, quite frankly, and that's what they said. And so they were unwilling to work with us on this because they don't think it's an issue.
Yeah.
Derek Kitchen, I'd like to see you in dreadlocks someday.
Yes.
Thanks for taking some time with us. We're out of time.
Thank you.
And,
I appreciate it.
I hope your life calms down a little bit now that the session's over.
I'm going to come in and get some of that cauliflower. I love that
Oh,
cauliflower.
yeah. We got to go in and get
It's
you let me know, Gina. I'll be there for you.
What's the name of the restaurant? It's
Laziz.
Laziz. Yeah, Laziz. Thank you,
Laziz
Derek.
Kitchen. Thank you, Derek. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
And I don't eat vegetables. I travel for those vegetables, and I don't eat vegetables. Crash northbound 5600 West, 35th South in Salt Lake. The northbound left turn lane blocked there. Crash eastbound 6 South 3rd West in Salt Lake. The center lanes being affected in that intersection. And that's it. Nobody sent anything in via text for a bit, but if you see something you think other friends of the program need to be aware of, that's where you do it, 33986. Fink and McGregor, mortgages made simple. Call Fink and McGregor today for a free mortgage analysis, 801-264-9494. That's 801-264-9494.
All right.
Let's see, bonus round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, don't you know who I am? I was in Happy Gilmore. Number 2, burn the mask, burn the mask.
Oh, I'm glad you got that
And
one.
number 3, oh, I'm a 12, man.
All right, boners round 1, big boy news, all coming up after these. BigOTires.com.
Yeah, Big O Tires, the team you trust, go to BigOTires.com, and we have determined that you can save $150 off Nitto, Toyo, or Pirelli tires through April 4th at Big O Tires.
Now, maybe you're getting some new tires. Maybe you're just having your tires checked. While you're there, have them replace your windshield wipers because, we put up with bad windshield wipers for so long. We just go, you don't even think about it. Just have them do it while you're there.
It's quick because there'll be a storm tonight and rain, and you don't want to find out during the storm that you need new windshield wipers. Go to Big O, have them check it out.
They have no credit needed financing at Big O Tires, the lowest price on every tire every day, and they carry all the major brands, Yokohama, Goodyear, Michelin, Cooper, all of those, and their very own Big O brand tires. Go to BigOTires.com for more.
We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She hated them.
Now,
the wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep, not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty.
But they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar bacon mac and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, oh, you got your winner right here. My guess is she won't even try the bacon mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
I don't
No,
care.
there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And
It's a principle. No, I'm not going
and
to.
this is far enough
You're gonna love
removed
it. You're gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now, there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
love those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah. Mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
For Ripley.
They're peanut butter.
Oh, you know what I did? You know what I did yesterday? Carrie will like this.
Wait, let me guess. You went to the store.
No.
Okay.
I went. I know we have to get to this, but quickly because it's related. Mohammed went to play basketball with a friend, and I said I will pick you up at 5:30. He said okay. So I pull up at 5:30. I said I'm here. He's like, oh, we went skateboarding. We'll be there in a few minutes. A half an hour later, I'm still sitting. He had skateboarded farther away than he realized. So when he came home, I put him in. He's 13, by the way. I put him in timeout for a half an hour because he wasted a half an hour of my time. So I said, I'm going to waste a half an hour of yours.
Oh. Did you do the Korean family punishment thing, where
What's
you
that?
make them hold their arms above their head
No, I didn't.
and stand in the corner until you've determined that I'll let
That's
you
good.
lower your arms. That's what
That's
Korean
good.
parents do.
I haven't done that. Sorry, that just reminded me of that.
That's funny.
Anyway, let's do some boners
All right,
or something.
let's get to boners round one. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, not boner of the day yet. We got round 2 at 8:20 coming up this morning with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We'll take both of the winners, put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens, and that's when you determine boner of the day. Right now, we're picking a champion to send forward from this round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
We'll receive, and you can pick it up starting today for the next month or so. We will be opening up our office from 9 a.m. to noon. Now, between 9 and 10, you have to call to get in. After 10, you can just come up to the 2nd floor of 50 West Broadway and pick up your Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
By the way, Gina, you know what else would have worked with Muhammad?
What?
What I do to my kids. Go out in the backyard and cut me a switch.
Cut me a switch.
Go cut me a switch. Boner candidate number 1. Don't you know who I am? I was in Happy Gilmore. Actor Christopher McDonald was caught by police drunk driving. And according to TMZ, he reportedly attempted to escape arrest by telling them he had appeared in the movie Happy Gilmore.
Oh,
which he had. The 62-year-old actor who, you probably don't know his name, but if you see his picture, he's one of those people you go, oh, yeah, I've seen him and stuff. Yeah, 62-year-old was apparently driving his silver Porsche in the Lake Arrowhead area Saturday night when he lost control and crashed into a gas meter. He was then taken into custody to sober up. He'll be released without bail. He was released without bail when he sobered up, but he said to the police, "Come on, don't do this. I was in Happy Gilmore."
Did he think that would work?
He's best known. He's currently filming a horror movie somewhere, but he is probably best known for playing Scooter McGavin, Adam Sandler's main golfing rival in the 1996 film Happy Gilmore.
Shooter McGavin.
Shooter. Yes, I misread that. Thank you.
He always plays a dick in just about everything that he
and
plays.
It's a
and he's currently on some superhero show that I'm watching, and I can't remember which one.
And Gina, as an answer to your question, did he think that would work? Apparently he did, because he did.
I'm betting that it's worked before.
Cops were not big fans of the movie, or they didn't care. They arrested him. Boner candidate number 1. Don't you know who I am? I was in Happy Gilmore. There's boner candidate number 2. Burn the mask. Burn the mask. Where did I see this story? I'm not sure where, but let's see. Guess it doesn't matter. This is from the UK. This is from the British press.
Mm-hmm.
Children surrounding a fiery trash can as the adults look on. This is in Idaho. One kid in the 14-second video, which was shared to Twitter and has since obtained more than 37,000 views, is heard saying, "Here, fire, are you hungry? Here's another mask." A poster board seen in the footage reads, "No masks, no mandates, our face, our mind." Another sign had Benjamin Franklin quote written on it, "Those who give up liberty to purchase safety deserve neither liberty or safety." As the children took turns disposing of their surgical masks in the blazing fire, others stood by watching and recording the celebratory event on their cell phones. Yes, it was, they also had signs that read, "Biden sucks," and they put it on a face mask and threw it into the fire. Governor McGeechan attended the mask burning event. The governor attended it.
Wonderful.
It was at the Idaho State House.
Oh, then that legitimizes it.
You bet.
Exactly.
That's Idaho.
And I would say these are people that don't love their family members or fellow human beings, or these are horrible people.
These are children, Gina. These are people. They love their children.
Children encouraged by their parents to do this.
Idaho is filled with a lot of crazy people.
There were armed protesters there, of course, and so forth.
Yeah.
Burn the mask, burn the mask. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm a 12, man.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Critics' Choice Awards. I guess that's a fairly big deal. And Nomadland won Best Picture at the Critics' Choice Award. Frances McDormand, the star, would win Best Actress if she wanted to or cared, but it's clear she doesn't care.
What?
So she just doesn't care.
She didn't lobby for it.
She makes it very clear that she just she doesn't care about these awards.
She doesn't even give a care?
At all. She does not have one care to give. The big surprises were in supporting actor and actress. Daniel Kaluuya won for Judas and the Black Messiah,
That
and
was
Maria.
I said that was very good. He was good in that.
And Maria Bakalova for Borat subsequent movie won for Best Supporting Actress. Apparently Jason Sudeikis and Ted Lasso cleaned up, just won all kinds of awards. Best Actress went to Carey Mulligan for Promising Young Woman. Let's see, Best Young Actor, Alan Kim in Minari. Oh, that's the Korean immigrant story.
So that
University
was
of Utah student made that.
Is that the little kid in that? Because he was good.
I think he's the little kid in that. Best Acting Ensemble, The Trial of Chicago 7.
Also good.
Let's see. So there you go. Those are some of the Critics' Choice Awards. So the big interview with Harry and Meghan Markle, Megyn Kelly has weighed in on it.
Oh, good. She's not racist or anything.
She hates Meghan Markle,
Of
apparently.
course she does.
Meghan Markle covered herself in blood diamonds, despite saying she was not attracted to the grandeur surrounding her role. That's according to Megyn Kelly. She spoke out on ITV's Good Morning Britain after the Duke and Duchess of Sussex dramatic, or former Duke and Duchess, I should say, interview with Oprah was broadcast on CBS. She said, Megyn goes on to say, I don't believe in any of the grandeur. There's an article already up in the New York Post here in the States that says this is the person who had Clooney and Oprah at her wedding, even though she didn't even know them. And then she covered herself in blood diamonds from a Saudi prince. So spare us that you're not into any of the grandeur, will you? So, and she goes on to make several comments about Meghan Markle. Oprah asked the Duchess, was being called Prince Archie, being called a prince, was that important to you? No, she said. No, not at all. It wasn't important. Meghan, so if you are not a fan of Meghan Markle, then read...
Then you're on Team Megyn Kelly, then?
Read Megyn Kelly's comments. Pretty harsh.
Oh, Megyn Kelly, who insists that Santa Claus is white. Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Her Santa Claus...
No, she said Santa Claus is white.
Yeah, I know.
Just in general, yeah.
Let's see now. Tucked inside the $1.9 trillion stimulus bill that cleared the Senate on Saturday is an $86 billion aid package that has nothing to do with the pandemic.
Pork! I told you this was terrible.
The $86 billion is a taxpayer bailout of about 185 union pension plans that are close to collapse that would, without rescue, more than 1 million retired truck drivers, retail clerks, builders, and others would be forced to forego retirement income.
Sounds like a good thing.
It is a good thing because if they have to, if they don't get their retirement income, they're going to be on the dole. They're going to be.
They were counting on that. They were promised it.
And they, through no fault of their own, but mismanagement of these pension plans by the companies that had them, the workers would go without anything. So this is a good thing.
And not one Republican senator voted for that. They are against truckers and people like that getting their pensions. That's what I get from them.
But the Republican Party, Gina, is the party of the working man. Don't we know that?
I don't think so.
Well, that's why they gave the tax cuts to all the wealthy last time around. Okay.
I got to find this story because I didn't include it, but it's a perfect story to have right here. Let me just look for it here. It's our wonderful senators, Mike Lee and Mitt Romney, voting against the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package because they say we don't need the money. Here in Utah, we don't need the money.
Well, but it's for the nation, so...
Romney wanted assurances that the money wasn't being wasted. He offered an amendment which failed to be adopted that the assistance go to the states with a proven need for it. Here in Utah, he said, we don't need it. Now, I want the states that need it to get it, but we don't need it here in Utah. Why don't we need it? We still have uninsured children. We still have homeless problems.
Bill, we have a rainy day fund that just sits there and doesn't get used for anything. We don't need it because we have all that money.
My state of Utah doesn't need more money, Romney said, adding that this economic stimulus package provides California $26 billion at the state level and $41 billion with what cities across the Golden State will get. That's on top of their already surplus year, he said. We don't need it, really.
Mitt, talk to your constituents. I think they need it.
2 more women have come forward to accuse Andrew Cuomo of inappropriate behavior. He's saying, no, I'm not going to resign. I'm not going to resign. The Democratic Party is now starting to get a little bit pushy and say, maybe you better reconsider that, Andrew. It'll be interesting to see where that goes. And a tragedy.
Oh?
This is a story that I barely remember, but a man named Alan McDonald has died in Ogden. He was in his 80s. Mr. McDonald worked for Thiokol.
Yes.
And
I remember this.
Yeah, and I had forgotten all about it until I saw this.
Yeah.
He was responsible for the 2 massive rockets filled with explosive fuel which lifted space shuttles into the sky. He was at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for the launch of Challenger to approve or disapprove a launch if something came up. His job was to sign and submit an official form. Sign the form, he believed, and he would risk the lives of the 7 astronauts on board the spacecraft the next morning. Refused to sign, he'd risk his job, his career, and the good life he had built for himself and his family. He said, I made the smartest decision I ever made in my lifetime. I refused to sign. I thought we were taking risks we shouldn't be taking. It was a cold morning. There was ice on the rockets, and the O-rings, and this is all made here in Utah, Thiokol, the O-rings were frozen, and he was afraid that there would be an explosion, and he refused to sign off on it, but NASA overruled him. He said, if anything happens on this launch, I don't want to be the person who has to stand in front of a board of inquiry to explain why we launched. Well, they launched it, and we all know what happened to Challenger. Yeah. It blew up, and 7 astronauts lost their lives. McDonald stood up in a closed hearing after that and said, he said,
I told you?
I tried to do it. I tried to tell them, but nobody would listen. And I don't know if anybody ultimately who was held responsible for this. But Mr. McDonald was a brave man. He lived in Ogden, Utah, and he has died of causes incident to age, I believe, in his 80s.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Yeah, so that is brought to you by, now through April 4th, save up to $150 instantly on select sets of Ford Nitto, Pirelli, and Toyo brand tires with installation purchase. Big O Tires, the team you trust. So today it'll be very warm, 70 for a high today, windy. Could be so windy we've got blowing dust in the air, and that wind is blowing in much colder temperatures and a potential storm tonight. We'll have a low of 36 tomorrow, only a high of 48 with a chance of rain and snow. Traffic we have, crash northbound 5600 west 35th south in Salt Lake, the northbound left turn lane blocked. And that's the only accident that UDOT is reporting, and you aren't reporting any either when you text us at 33986. But if you see an accident, stuff in the road, animals on the loose, you want to let us know and it's safe for you to do that, please just send it in there. Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
By the way, Mr. McDonald, Alan McDonald in Ogden, he was 83. He died. He suffered a fall. He fell, tripped and fell, and had a brain injury, and that was the cause of death. Boner candidate number 3, I'm a 12, man. Well, at least he was being honest. A man suspected of driving under the influence was arrested after crashing his van and didn't really try to hide the fact that he may have had too much to drink. Deputies were called to the crash scene after receiving a 911 call reporting a man had smashed his van into several cars. They found the driver still there. He admitted to deputies that he had just come from a local bar and had also been talking on the phone, reeking of alcohol, and failing a preliminary breath test, the driver was asked by deputies to rate his level of intoxication on a scale of 1 to 10, with 0 being completely sober and 10 being the most intoxicated he'd ever been. The driver said, I'm a 12, man.
He was honest.
He was booked into the jail for investigation of DUI. Boner candidate number 3, I'm a 12, man.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, don't you know who I am? I was in Happy Gilmore. Actor Christopher McDonald, who was indeed in Happy Gilmore, playing Shooter, is it? Or Scooter?
Shooter.
Happy Gilmore's nemesis. He was picked up for drunk driving, and that's how he tried to get out of it, by telling them, come on, man, I was in Happy Gilmore. Boner candidate number 2, burn the mask. Burn the mask. Kids in Idaho, spurred on by their parents, of course. With throwing COVID masks into a burning trash can at a Burn the Mask rally at the State House in Boise. And Boner candidate number 3, I'm a 12, man.
Okay. You've got to decide now, of these 3 candidates, which one do you think is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day, of course, because at 8:20 we do this again with 3 more candidates, and we'll get another winner there. We'll take both of these winners, and we'll put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide Boner of the Day for realsies. So right now you got to pick this out of these 3 candidates. Pick your champion from this round 1 to send forward to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Speak to a human being in our producer's booth. They'll take your call and your vote. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting 3/8/2021 and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear. Your browser, refresh your browser. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 1 of your boners.
Is what we've got here.
Oh.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well...
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
Just... Because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry. But if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
yeah.
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah. You've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well,
so which one do you pay attention to? But see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis, or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If your palm, I always say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver.
Mhm.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
It's 7:45. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one is brought to you in part by grilled scallops and filet mignon.
Wow, fancy. And Young Power Sports in Centerville, Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
We had boner candidate number one. Don't you know who I am? I was in Happy Gilmore. That actor who was in Happy Gilmore, arrested for drunk driving, and that's how he tried to get out of it. Boner candidate number two, burn the mask, burn the mask. Kids in Idaho, of course, put up to it by their parents, protesters at the State House in Boise, big burning trash barrel, and they go up and put masks in it, and it's a scary place. And boner candidate number three, I am a 12 man. It's a guy who was arrested for a DUI. The cops asked him, between 0 to 10, how drunk are you? He said, I'm a 12. Let's see here. Camilla won a boner T-shirt. And the winner was boner candidate, by a large margin, boner candidate number two, burn the mask, burn the mask.
There you go. That's your winner of round one. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be boner of the day. We'll see. Round two happens at 8:20. We'll do it again with three more candidates. Get another winner there. And then we'll take both of those winners and put them against each other. And you'll decide boner of the day between those two at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. All right.
So that Murder Among the Mormons.
Yeah, watch
on-
the whole thing.
It's on Netflix, and we talked about it a little bit last week. And I finished watching the whole thing as well, and I quite liked it. But I said on Friday, I think when we talked about it, I thought that there were certain things in it that I wish they had kind of expanded more on it, or
they apparently didn't have enough time. They were only allotted 3-hour docuseries. That's all they'd pay for. But I've heard them interviewed where they've said, there's a whole lot there we could have gone in. There just wasn't time to go into all of it.
So one example of that, too, is I just thought, what do people think when they're watching it and they're not from Utah, when they see that guy, after Mark Hoffman has blown himself up, and that guy that the news is interviewing said, I always carry my consecrated oil with me, and I got it out, and I commanded him to live. And they don't explain that or anything. Now, I know what that is. You know what that is. But I just wonder, some guy sitting in Iowa going, huh? What do you mean you carry? And I think you see the guy twice in the 3 hours of Murder Among the Mormons saying that same thing.
Well, we can send a couple of gentlemen to your door to explain it to you.
I mean, it's just and knowing what that is, I just think, what the hell?
Outside of the state, the church is seen as kind of weird. I mean, let's be honest. Everybody thinks that the religion it's got its weird. I mean, all religions do. I'm not picking. It's just a fact that people who don't know much about Mormons, it's seen as weird, and that's just more.
That's evidence of it, right?
Yeah,
there.
It's like they did a what, and
yeah,
then you'll
it
go
kind
to
of
Google
speaks
and,
for itself. They don't need to spend a half an hour explaining about that. It's just that alone is like, oh yeah, that's yet another thing we don't understand about.
But one thing I took away from it too was a lot of the. So let's say that the good guys in this are the prosecuting. The guys who are investigating all of it all the time. It's like the battle of bad mustaches.
I loved all the hair and
it's
the
Ron
clothes
Yengich but did you notice that all of them had terrible mustaches? All of them.
It was the early 80s.
The battle of bad mustaches.
My favorite part of it was all the local news coverage. Michelle King and Rod Decker and Randall Carlisle and Dick Norse, and seeing all the clips of the news
Shelley
throughout that whole
Osterloh.
time. Yeah, all of that.
Well, I like to me, the star of the whole thing, though, was Shannon Flynn. He was
Now, I was going to ask you, Bill,
incredible.
do you know him or have had any encounters with him?
No,
or?
I don't. I don't know who. I don't know Shannon. The only people I know from all of that, sort of know, is Ron Yengich, Ken Sanders. I've had associations with, but this Shannon Flynn guy, he
needs his own show.
He was great, and he was so.
Now is he the bald guy?
Yeah,
he was wearing the vest and the 3-piece suit. And
he's shady. He's shady.
Well, he was considered a suspect back in the day.
Yeah.
He was very close friends with Mark Hoffman.
You know what I think? I think he was in love with Mark Hoffman. That's what I think.
Maybe.
He had great affection for him.
He did. And he felt so betrayed by Hoffman because I believe him as well. He was very close to Mark Hoffman and had no idea what he was doing.
He believed him. He
Yeah.
believed. I thought it was fascinating when they talked about the polygraph test.
Mm-hmm.
Spoiler alert. Apparently, Mark Hoffman passed the polygraph with a score that they have never seen before. Like, he was telling the most truth
A
ever.
score like you've never seen.
I'm a
like
12
no one has
Come
ever
to
seen.
find out, when he was a teenager, built a polygraph machine so he could train himself to pass a polygraph. I found that fascinating.
And the thing about Shannon Flynn is you could tell how he hadn't. I don't think he's talked about it much in the years. Nobody's asked him. He was very emotional about a lot of it. But when he said, Mark used to say, if something is perceived as the truth, or if you tell somebody that something is the truth, and they start perceiving that it's the truth, then it's the truth.
No, it's still not the truth. I
No,
didn't go
but-
along with that line.
But it's absolutely true. I mean,
not
that's absolutely
truth.
accurate. No, it's absolutely truth
that's a
is what we
belief.
truth is what we all accept as being the truth. We build our life on lies. I thought you read
Now
that
you're going a bit
Sapiens
far, I
book.
think.
I thought you read Homo Deus. Read that again and talk about the truth and accepted truth and all of that.
What I think he was saying is that it's the eye of the beholder kind of thing. You know,
Sure.
if you're told something is the truth, I mean, look at the current Republican Party. If you're told that the election was stolen, the election was stolen. If you're told that enough times, you believe it.
I hate
But
to
it
say
doesn't
this,
make
but
it
look,
true,
I hate
but
to
it
say this,
doesn't
but
make
look
it
at
true.
It
religion
doesn't
in
make it
general.
true.
Look at religion
Well,
in
of
general.
course.
That's a
we-
belief.
that's a bigger
different.
discussion.
Carrie's example of the election was stolen. The election was stolen. That will. I don't care how often you say that. That will never make it true. The election
Yeah.
was not stolen.
It's if I know it only will be true if enough people say
No,
believe
it's
it to be
never
true.
true.
It will never be true.
That's
you
not.
won't, you won't know the difference.
That's a different thing, though. It doesn't make not knowing the difference isn't the same thing as whether it is actually true. Or not.
If those people could have if they can convince enough people that the election was stolen, if they can convince enough people that that's true, then it's true.
But that's something that is provable. See, where the existence of God is not. That's
a whole other
That's
thing.
the disconnect.
Yeah.
That's the disconnect you're
That's a
having.
whole
See,
other-
But Shannon Flynn, I think that's an interesting observation, Gina, about him being. Mark Hoffman was very close to him.
I think that you
he
have
loved
something there,
him.
Gina. I do. I think you got something there.
And I would be interested to know I don't know what Shannon Flynn does now. I mean, he looked prosperous.
Had a nice suit.
Yeah.
And anytime he was on screen, I was like, I want to hear what he has to say. He was a very interesting character.
And then I like and I can't think of his name now. Again, bad mustache, but the document, the guy who finally found out that proved that the documents were all forgeries. But again, to go back to this idea of truth, people so wanted to believe that these Mormon papers that Hoffman forged, they so wanted to believe that they were real. Mm-hmm. It's like, so you have these theories about, or you have these old stories about early Mormonism, but there's no documentation to prove them. Well, Mark Hoffman came up with documentation to prove them.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Shannon Flynn now?
Yeah.
He lives in Phoenix, Arizona, and runs a parking lot maintenance business.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Good for Shannon, and he was great in that whole thing.
And he wrote a book about Mark Hoffman, apparently.
Called "I Love Mark Hoffman."
he was very well spoken, I thought. And,
well, we need to get Jared on the phone and talk to him about
Jared
this whole
Hess?
thing. Yeah, Jared Hess, the director, or the other guy. I mean,
or I know I could get Ken Sanders in a heartbeat.
Okay.
I have his phone number.
Well, let's get on that and get these people on, and we can talk about this. Maybe they have some insight that we're missing.
Oh, and they didn't really talk about it, but I've read about it before. The Emily Dickinson letter, or the poem. Mark Hoffman found a previously unpublished Emily Dickinson. That's and even Dickinson experts.
Mm-hmm. This guy has
so
forgeries.
good.
There are forgeries out there that people may still not know are forgeries. I mean, he was that good.
And why did he do it all? Because he was a lunatic.
A loony. All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
It's not a loony is the traffic, because it's not crazy this morning. It's actually flowing very well. I have no accidents to tell you about, either from UDOT or from you. But if you see something you think needs to be passed along to friends of the program, you can always text it to us if it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
All right. We will take a break and we will be back. Bill Frost will be talking with us about what's on TV this week after these. KXRK Provo.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Oh, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
8:03, and we have a sponsor for this feature, don't we, Gina?
We do. Moving and need a new connection? CableTV.com has expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for the best in cable, satellite streaming, and internet services. Visit CableTV.com today.
And here he is, William, or as we call him, Bill Frost. He is the TV writer for Slug Magazine. Also, he has a podcast called TV Tan, which is, interestingly enough, about television. And he also, is it about television or is it more about whiskey, Bill?
It's about both.
Okay. And he's a fine guitar player and plays with a band called Magna Vega from time to time. And where can you find all of that stuff?
At billfrost.tv.
Okay. So what's happening? What's the content shifter column about this in this issue of Slug?
It is about 11 comedies you may or may not have seen from Comedy Central and other networks yesteryear that you can now stream on Paramount Plus.
Oh, okay. All right. Just give us an example of one obscure one.
Andy Daly's Review. Very funny show from years
never-
ago on
never
Comedy
heard of
Central.
I always
there you
love
go.
that show. That was hilarious.
Interesting.
Yeah, and you can also see all 4 seasons of The State from the 90s.
Oh, really?
I used to watch
yes.
The State.
Very talented people on that show.
Yeah, pretty much all of them went on to bigger and better things.
Oh,
and shows like Corporate and Another Period, and there's a few more.
Corporate and Another Period are hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're all on Paramount Plus.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Bill. So what have you got for us TV this week?
Coming up tomorrow on HBO and HBO Max. Now's the time to look back on the early days of the pandemic with COVID Diaries NYC. This is a documentary. 5 young filmmakers between the ages of 17 and 21 kind of offer their first-person perspective on the very early days of the pandemic in New York City.
Okay.
And on a lighter note, on Wednesday, the South Park vaccination special.
Yes, that'll be good.
It's the second hour-long special from South Park about the pandemic. This time we're looking at vaccinations and a little bit about QAnon. If you can satirize QAnon, South Park can do it.
Yeah.
And also the 5th season already of The Masked Singer is on Wednesday on Fox. I know someone needs to know that.
I don't know who. I just
Someone.
all I've ever seen of it is in commercials and promos, and I just can't imagine watching a whole hour of that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
On Thursday, Lena Dunham has executive produced a new series for HBO Max called Generation. It's about the life and times, the highly sexy times of high schoolers.
Mm-hmm. I've been reading about this show, so I wonder if it's any good. Have you seen any of it?
I've seen some of it. But it looks really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
One of the more interesting people in here is Martha Plimpton.
Wow.
She plays a mother of a gay son. And he's like, why can't they just be normal?
She's got the pinched face to pull that
Yeah.
off, I think.
Yeah.
Yes,
She
yes,
could do that.
exactly. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
On Friday on Netflix, a new series, mystery drama called The One, based on the John Marrs book of the same name, set in the not too distant future, where a company called Match DNA can literally locate your soulmate through a DNA, but there's a dark secret lying underneath the surface of the company, and intrigue ensues.
Is it any good?
I've seen some of it. I can't say one way or the other yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch it, but I couldn't really tell you if it's good.
Okay.
It's mysterious. That's all I can say.
All right.
And I'm sure Sean Means will talk about this. Cherry on Apple TV Plus, a new movie from the Russo brothers starring Tom Holland
Yeah.
as a PTSD suffering opioid addict. So, the feel-good hit of the season, apparently.
Yeah.
Will there be a dance number?
I'm not hearing.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not hearing good things about it.
Yeah. A lot of people are, really looking forward to it because it's the Russo brothers. It's their first outing since Avengers Endgame. But I don't know how it's going to go here. And a new family comedy on Netflix on Friday called Yes Day, starring Jennifer Garner as a beleaguered parents who finally decide, okay, kids, you make the rules for the day.
It's called Yes Day. Is that
Yes
right?
Day, yes.
Okay.
Can I have
America's
cake for
Sweetheart.
breakfast? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's the first 10 minutes. I'm sure.
I can't see a whole series about this.
No, it's just a movie.
It's just a movie. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't see
Yeah,
a whole
imagine
movie about this.
Maybe it's just
Bill,
a trailer.
I'm guessing it sounds like a good idea, but then it goes horribly wrong. But then something good happens toward the end, and everything's
we all
okay.
learn a lesson.
We both learn a lesson on the
Both
magic
mother
was inside
and
of us
kids.
all along.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. And on Sunday, the Grammy Awards, I only mention this because it is hosted this year by Trevor Noah.
Is he going to come out of his house?
Remains to be seen. Probably not, but he'll at least change out of his hoodie.
Well, if
And
go ahead.
yeah, performers like I know Bill's a big Bad Bunny fan.
Oh yeah,
he'll be there.
Yeah, Bad Bunny. I love that Bad Bunny
And
character.
Taylor Swift and Harry Styles, of course. And when people say, "Hey, there's no rock bands playing," you got the Black Pumas.
Oh,
rock band.
They're actually pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, and Haim. I think you could consider Haim a rock
Yeah.
band.
Oh, sure.
Sisters.
Sure.
Yeah. And that's it for the week.
Well, there's no
And,
Bad
I heard-
Bunny, that's for sure.
No. You got Bad Bunny and Doja Cat. I think you have to keep them separated so
You do.
nothing happens.
Yeah. It could be dangerous.
And I did hear you talking about murder among the Mormons before we start here. Yeah, I watched it, and I remember I lived downtown in 1985, and I heard that explosion.
Oh, really?
When Hoffman blew
Yeah.
himself up? Yeah.
No, the initial one.
The
Judge Building.
At the
In
Judge.
the Judge Building.
Yeah, I lived about 3 blocks from there.
Pretty,
And I think Gina's theory is correct that he was in love.
I mean, it may be unrequited. Maybe they never went anywhere, but there was great affection there. I think.
I really like this
Yes.
theory.
Yeah.
I like this theory. All right.
Well, he said, I was just reading a little bit about Shannon Flynn, and he said he actually visited Mark Hoffman in prison a few times in the 90s to be a friend, he said.
To be a friend.
But did you see those at the end? They showed all those different pictures of Mark Hoffman, how he's changed over the years. Is that right? So
Yes.
it was on the end of that.
Yeah.
He's a
Yes.
lunatic.
Yeah. Very much so.
Yeah. All right, Bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, traffic, Gina, please.
I got a free mattress for you. Right shoulder, I-15 southbound, point of the mountain. Thank you, the friend of the program that sent that in via text at 33986. Also crash southbound Redwood Road and 600 North in Davis County off to the right. And I believe that's it. If you see something, please text it to us. Only if it's safe, though. 33986.
Traffic brought to you by Scott Hale. The spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, Boners Round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll consider. Boner candidate number 1, don't you know who I am? Boner candidate number 2, Woo, good kill. And boner candidate number 3, I don't have time for your BS.
All right, we got round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. X96.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you, drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
you go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab, when you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married. Remember,
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did? Why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third
Third
wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Mm-hmm. 8:19 right now as we broadcast live from our homes. You can see us at x96.com/live. And it never fails. I get asked the question, when are you guys going to be back in the studio? Well, I don't know.
Well, even when we've all been vaccinated, it's still the issue of being in a small room with our masks off together. When are we
Well-
going to feel comfortable doing that? I don't know.
And then there's the aspect of being, bringing it home. I mean, I've got my appointment for my first shot on Thursday. But even once I get vaccinated, I could, if I'm going out to work every day, I could still bring it home to my wife, who's not fat enough or old enough to get her shot yet. So there's still that to factor in. So my answer
well,
remains
this
the
seems
same.
to be working for
So
What does?
us being at home.
Oh.
Is it not working for you?
I just noticed.
Oh.
So there you go, x96.com/live. You can see us in our homes. You can see Katie in the main studio in Salt Lake, taking all the audio and funneling it to one place and then sending it out to you, however you listen on the radio or online or on the app. Let's get to round two of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting, good candidate, which is why in round 2 it's important to pick strategically which one of these 3 you think should be sent forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. So here we go, round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
A beautifully roomy Radio from Hell tote bag that you can actually pick up starting today for about the next month or so. Our front desk will be open from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Now, between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., the building is locked, and you have to call when you get to 50 West Broadway, and someone will come let you in. But after that, you can just...
There's a number posted there that you'll see on the door.
Yeah, after that, you can just come up to the second floor and pick up your Radio from Hell tote bag.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Don't you know who I am? Yeah, we had a Don't You Know Who I Am last hour. We got another one. Entourage star Kevin Connolly threw a tantrum after his expensive car, his Tesla, was towed from a flower shop. The store manager has now banned him from the premises. Connolly allegedly parked his car in the Nikolai Bergman Flowers and Design lot in Los Angeles. The manager told TMZ. The florists say that there's a podcast studio near the store, and Connolly uses their parking spaces for his Tesla, apparently when he goes to record podcasts. The manager told TMZ they warned Connolly multiple times, please, this is our parking lot for our customers. Please don't use it. They left notes on his car, so forth. But on Tuesday, after Connolly's car remained parked for more than an hour, they called a tow truck. Connolly
Gave
entered
him
the
plenty of notice. That's...
Connolly entered the flower shop not long after. In a scene recorded by security cameras, he appeared to be yelling and screaming at the staff, and then he stormed out after kicking a couple of items near the door as he left the store. The store
I
manager,
get being mad with no warning. But they gave him multiple opportunities to know what they would do.
the store manager said that Mr. Connolly is no longer welcome in the store. Boner candidate number 1, don't you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Here's boner candidate number 2, woo, good kill. Hunters and trappers in Wisconsin killed 216 gray wolves last week during the state's 2021 wolf hunting season, more than 82% above the authorities' stated quota, sparking uproar among animal lovers, conservationists, according to reports. The kills all took place in less than 60 hours.
Whoa.
Quickly exceeding Wisconsin's statewide elected stated limit of 119 animals. As a result, Wisconsin's Department of Natural Resources has ended the season, which was scheduled to go for 1 week. They suspended it 4 days early. Oh, by the way, this all was able to occur because the Trump administration delisted the gray wolf as an endangered species. And so the state, this in particularly Wisconsin, but other states, they've issued permits to kill some of the animals because they have begun to thrive, apparently. Now, when you kill 216
seems like a lot
in 60 hours, this is devastating to the wolf population because they mate for life, they travel in packs, in families. This is going to disrupt the breeding season, and female wolves are not going to be getting pregnant because either they've been shot or because the males have been shot. Pretty devastating. It's going to result in not just the 216 dead wolves, but it's going to really make the population suffer.
Yeah, I mean, that's a slaughter is what that is.
And you think, how could they do so many? And well, they got snowmobiles and they've got hounds that track them and snowmobiles to chase them down. It's just it's all pretty ugly, but I got my wolf. Boner candidate number 2. Woo, good kill. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I don't have time for your BS.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by...
Enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org and enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required.
Tragedy. He was one of a kind, an original. He will be missed. Bruce Myers has died.
Who?
He was 94 years old. Bruce Myers, Gina, he built the very first fiberglass dune buggy.
Oh, Bruce Myers.
Yes.
Oh, that's I remember. I don't know.
I'm not
Bruce
sure.
Myers. Yes.
Not sure why this made it, but Bruce Myers, with his invention, the Myers Manx, ignited the dune buggy craze in the 60s. And if you see a picture of the dune buggy and him driving it, you go, oh, those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like you recognize what it is, and this is the guy who built the very first one.
What's the cartoon, Carrie?
Speed buggy?
Yeah. Looks like that.
Oh, I've got my speed buggy here somewhere.
Also tragedy, one of a kind, truly an original, will be missed. His best-known roles included starring as the blundering, ill-tempered manager in This Is Spinal Tap.
Yes.
And also known by some of us for editing the National Lampoon magazine in its heyday, Tony Hendra.
Yes.
British satirist and National Lampoon alumnus, has died in New York. He was 79 years old. Hendra's wife, Carla, confirmed his death to the New York Times, citing the cause as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis.
He is a horrible person, but a very funny writer.
He did have some.
There was like sexual
problems.
harassment stuff
Yeah.
or sexual
Yeah.
something.
Not a good guy, but
Apparently he cleaned up his act at some point and walked the straight line and the straight and narrow, but he did.
by the way, I wouldn't worry about the cancellation of the Boston gig. It's not a big college town.
Yeah.
One of his best lines.
And Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom are vacationing in Hawaii with their baby
Good for
dove.
them.
And isn't it wonderful that they're able to do that, and we can look at pictures of them frolicking in the surf, so like us.
So
like us. Pair of, let me do this story first. Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci, the United States epidemiologist, says that high school students should be receiving a coronavirus vaccination this coming fall semester, and
I hope
elementary
so.
school students by the first quarter of next year.
No,
That's
I want
his
it
projection.
sooner for them.
Maybe not the very first day, Fauci said, of high school students' vaccine eligibility, but certainly the very early part of the fall, for the fall education term, and then when that's done, then we can vaccinate children. Currently, the COVID-19 vaccines from Johnson & Johnson and Moderna are approved for those 18 and older. The Pfizer vaccine is cleared for those as young as 16, but they're still doing studies, and I think maybe you'll see that the younger than 16, they'll probably get approval for those as
I
well.
hope so. I don't want to wait till next year. I hope they get it this year.
More than 855,000 COVID-19 vaccinations have been administered here in Utah. So we're approaching 1 million vaccinated already. New cases, 412 cases were reported as of yesterday, I believe, for a statewide total of 374,850. 191 people currently hospitalized with COVID, and one new death reported, for a total of 1,976 reported deaths here in Utah since the virus started really taking hold, and it's been about a year now almost.
Yeah. So I went on the website like they ask you to do, and they say, enter your email, enter a password, and it told me that my password wasn't correct. I went, okay, let me try a different email address. I've got a couple. All right, fine. So I did that one, entered it. No, your password isn't correct. I went, well, okay.
But I haven't done a password, right?
I haven't done anything, so it says call this number, and we'll do the appointment by phone. And this was Friday afternoon. And so I called, and it said, thank you for calling. You are call number 185.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
And I went, oh, damn. So I just gave up, and Sue came down and says, just wait until the rush gets over, and then you do it later. Then on a whim on Saturday, I was getting ready to record Geek Show, just doing a little prep, and I thought, I'll just give it a call and see what happens. Got right in. No
The phone
wait.
call.
The phone call.
So
Phone
your
call
wife
got
was right.
in. She was right. Just it was because of the day. And I called on Saturday. She picked right up and said, okay, here's your appointment, blah, blah, blah. Everything's cool.
University of Utah has reported sighting 2 coyotes on campus.
Ooh.
Saturday night. University police responded to the initial report and were able to confirm the sighting just after 8 p.m. Saturday night. The animals were in active pursuit of a deer and were last seen leaving Officers Circle in the direction of Red Butte Canyon. A campus alert is advising those visiting Red Butte Canyon area to be cautious and aware of their surroundings. Now, coyotes are not going to bother people. They're
Not
just
usually,
not.
no.
They're just not. But if you have your dog
Pets,
with you
yeah.
and it's running off leash or something, that's maybe a different story. So that's what you should be watching out for. The Republicans are pushing new bills to allow censorship, social media censorship lawsuits. So the Republicans, state lawmakers, are pushing for social media giants to face costly lawsuits for policing content on their websites, taking aim at a federal law that prevents internet companies from being sued for removing posts. Republican politicians in roughly 24 states have introduced bills that would allow for civil lawsuits against platforms for what they call censorship of posts. Many protest the deletion of political and religious statements. Again, should point out that these companies are privately owned
Private companies. Yeah, they
and,
have their own rules, and it's free for you to use them.
You don't have to participate.
Why is it that Republicans spend all their time going against stuff that is just completely useless? I mean, they're raving about Dr. Seuss for a week, They got a
Sure.
week's worth of chew toy out of that. And it's the
'Cause they got
publishing company
nothing.
itself,
Because they got nothing.
But then when we want them to pass, the COVID bill, none of them vote for it.
No.
Spring is right around the corner, it says here. And
That's one of your favorite sayings, isn't it, Bill?
I sure love it when they say right around the corner. After what felt like a never-ending winter, but are you in the mood for some ice cream? Baskin-Robbins has a new March flavor of the month. It's Oreo and cold brew ice cream. So I think this is a sort of coffee-flavored
that sounds good.
ice cream with Oreos crumbled up in it.
Yeah.
A
I'd eat
cookie.
that.
Oh, it's a coffee flavored, and it has a ribbon, a cookie ribbon made with Oreo pieces woven throughout the ice cream at Baskin-Robbins.
Yeah, I'd eat that.
Yeah, so there you go, Oreo and cold brew flavor. Let's see.
That's
I'm
tempting.
trying to see if you can get it in the store. I'm not sure.
I think maybe you have to go to the Baskin-Robbins to get it, I'll bet.
They closed my Baskin-Robbins.
Did they?
On 4 South, yeah.
You had to come over the one mine over by Sugar House Park.
Is this still open?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's still there.
I'll come over and get some. All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, Mike Conley waited 14 years to play in the NBA All-Star Game, and he finally got there and almost beat Steph Curry in the three-point competition. Almost 1 point, lost by 1 point. And let's see, the outcome of the game was 170 to 150, so that's Team Durant over Team LeBron. Oh, no, it's Team LeBron won over Team Durant. And we had some Jazz players there, Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell and Mike Conley, who are very important sports, wants to remind you all, of course, where he went to college. I'm sure you can guess where that was. Go Buckeyes. That's your sports. Weather today will be a little crazy. 70 for a high today. Really warm and windy. Could be so windy that it's got a lot of blowing dust we might need to deal with. Might be bothering your allergies. And that's because we have a cold front coming in. Could bring us some rain and snow overnight and much colder temperatures tomorrow. We only have a high of 48 expected. Traffic, let me refresh this and see if UDOT has anything new to tell you about. It hasn't been a very bad morning. This accident coming through a while ago, so it may already be cleared up, but I'll let you know. Crash southbound Redwood Road, 600 North in Davis County. And nobody has sent in anything via text, but if you see something, you can send it in to 33986, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program. That's traffic.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. I don't have time for your BS. Rochester, New York, police confronted a woman on a snowy sidewalk in front of a Rite Aid drugstore after an employee there had called for help and accused the woman of stealing merchandise and refusing to leave the store. Did you steal from that store? An officer said. Oh, come on. They said you stole. What did you steal? This is all on body camera. The officer continues to speak over the woman's protestations that she had done nothing wrong. Oh, by the way, this is a woman of color, a black woman.
Yeah.
Tell me what you took. Tell me the truth, the officer said. Okay, I don't have time for your BS. The woman showed the officer her bag, allowed the officer to look inside for evidence of theft. She said, I didn't steal anything. I don't know why they're suspecting me of that. Was there anything in the bag? And then you hear the cops talking back and forth. Negative. There's there's nothing, right. Finally, the woman panics. And she's got her 3-year-old kid with her, and she starts to run. At which the officers...
Shouldn't have done that again.
No, but they grab her and immediately pepper spray her in front of her 3-year-old kid.
Was that necessary?
No.
No.
It really
you
was
could have
not.
subdued her without that.
They pepper sprayed her, brought her to the ground, handcuffed her while her 3-year-old child is crying. Boner candidate number 3. I don't have time for your BS.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Don't you know who I am? former Entourage star Kevin Connolly throwing a tantrum after his Tesla gets towed from a parking lot that he should not have been parking in. Boner candidate number 2, woo, good kill. It's the wolf Wisconsin hunters killing 216 gray wolves in less than 60 hours. And boner candidate number 3, I don't have time for your BS.
Okay, there you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates. Which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fights and possibly become boner of the day? We say possibly because, well, if it wins here, it's the winner of round 2. It's not boner of the day yet. The winner here will have to take on the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of the winners of each round and put them both against each other, and you'll decide boner of the day at 9:20. All right? It's about an hour, less than an hour from now. You'll decide who boner of the day is between these 2 winners. So pick your champion here from round 2 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Okay, there's one way to vote. You can also call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. That's an easy way to do it, and you get human contact. How about that? Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 8, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have only until the end of these messages to do it, though, so let's go. This is round 2.
Now, I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy, because he's right outside. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said, I'm right at, he said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute. Just, he wanted to say hi.
Well,
okay.
Is it safe? I mean,
well, can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know, people have been telling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know. Do I? I'm not sure if I do or not.
Because I have a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask a question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, pretty simple. All you do is you do it first, and you take your away. And then you take a high cloud, and then the weather cover. And now the way you breathe, and you turn around with the water, and then you take a car. And then, if you can't get in, and then you grab a ball, and you grab a papa, and you say, and then, you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy, I'm just curious. I'm just curious because I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all it is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well.
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses
but-
me.
There's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. And
No.
Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to walk that back because they realized
Because
that
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said,
They did.
now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because see, Gina, before they were saying we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating, but now they
Now
had to
they're
walk
gonna
that
back
back.
off.
They had to walk that back a little.
Bonus.
And round two.
Round two, excuse me, round two. Sorry,
Round two of the boner voting brought to you in part by Cauliflower.
And are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Boner candidate number one. Don't you know who I am? One person voted for it. Just one. Just one. And I think it was the owner of the flower store in Los Angeles. Boner candidate number two. Woo, good kill. Killing over 200 wolves in 60 hours in Wisconsin. Hunters doing that damage. And that's a very strong candidate, but also very strong. I don't have time for your BS.
Mm-hmm.
Rochester police pepper spraying a black woman in front of her 3-year-old child, her sobbing 3-year-old child, because they just don't have time for her BS. Jessica won a tote bag, and the winner, pretty good fight between 2 and 3, but ultimately the winner, boner candidate number 2, Woo, good kill.
Yeah, there you go. There's the winner of round two. It now goes up against the winner of round one. Boner fight. That's when it all goes down. 9:20. You'll decide between those two candidates which one is boner of the day. Start getting your stretching exercises in now. Now we've got Mad Marchness. We'll do Geek News here in a moment, but don't forget Mad Marchness at x96.com. We'll take a look at the brackets coming up in the next hour, but you can go there and vote. Each one of us, all four of us, we've got 4 candidates in there, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term.
Teams.
picks, and you decide of these picks, these candidates.
Who wins in a battle between...
Yeah, or if it's just, you prefer one over the other. Not necessarily one that you think would be in a battle, because, I mean, Katie has a shelf, for goodness sake. A shelf is not going to make it in a battle. It's
well, maybe you like it better than...
Maybe you like it better. It's all about, I think I like that shelf, or, whatever it is. You go take a look at Mad Marchness. All right. And the Radio from Hell Film Festival. We'll talk about that coming up as well. It's happening once again. Geek News brought to you by anybody?
Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
All right. Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is Careful Now. Careful now. Let's see now. Of course, WandaVision season finale happened on Friday.
How are we feeling about how that all ended up?
Well, I feel fine about it. You know why? Because I didn't write the episode in my head before I watched it, like most of the internet geeks did.
Let
I'll
me
bet
ask
this
you
is going to happen. This is going to happen. No, just let the show happen to you.
So I haven't watched it, mainly because I'm not as into that whole Marvel thing as a lot of people. But the critics love this show. I mean, so if I watch it, am I going to be just totally lost or?
A little bit.
It intrigues me. The idea of it really intrigues me.
Okay, well,
but I
maybe
kept thinking, well, I'm not going to watch it because I don't know all those movies very well.
Maybe here's what you do. Well, I mean, I don't know if you have Disney Plus or not.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so go to your Disney Plus and look up Marvel Legends. And what they've done is they've taken each one of these characters and done a 4 or 5 minute breakdown of their story arc. So you don't have to watch all the movies. They give you kind of the pertinent stuff there.
Yeah, okay.
So there's one for Scarlet Witch, there's one for Vision, and they just put one up, two of them up, one for Winter Soldier and one for Falcon, because Falcon and the Winter Soldier is not this week, but next week. So you're saying to yourself, well, I don't have WandaVision. Don't worry. On Friday, there will be a making-of special about all of the little things that went into making the WandaVision TV series. And then the week after that, we get Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So you got your Marvel content keeps coming on your Disney Plus. All right. Let me get this out here. So that's just a quick little tip. Now, Gina, you're familiar with Stephen King, right?
Yes.
You're more likely to have read this then.
What's that?
And I found this story fascinating. Back in 1982, Steven Spielberg was so enamored by a book called The Talisman. You familiar with this one?
Yeah.
Fantasy horror book by Stephen King and Peter Straub. 2 years before the book was published, he acquired the screen rights outright and in perpetuity. Before it was published.
No one else can ever make this.
He's like, this is mine. No one else gets it before it's even seen by the public because, well, I'm Steven Spielberg. Snap my finger and things happen.
Yeah. Sure.
He then spent the next 35-plus years developing it as a movie, trying in vain to find a way into the story because, as with Stephen King, it's too long for a movie.
Yeah.
You can't cut this part out because of this reason and that. Well, now Talisman may finally be ready to reach the screens, but as befits the times, as a series. Makes sense. The Duffer Brothers, who they do Stranger Things, and they certainly owe a few debts to Stephen King's work. They will executive produce the series, adapting the book, which will be produced by Netflix in association with Amblin Television and Paramount, which is Spielberg's babies. Talisman tells the story of a 12-year-old boy named Jack Sawyer who sets off on an epic road trip quest in order to save his dying mother's life. He is in search of the Talisman, a powerful relic that can not only heal his mother, but as he learns, save the world. Sawyer's journey crisscrosses two realities, the America we know and its dangerous fantasy world twin called the Territories. And there was apparently a sequel to this book written as well. I don't know if Mr. Spielberg owns that one outright in perpetuity, but there you go.
I don't understand why that kid didn't call the doctor. Could have just called the doctor instead of going on this search.
Okay. The other little bit of news we got was that California theme parks may start reopening as early as April 1st.
Yeah.
Now, this depends on a lot of things. Depends on the county that they're in and whether the county has their COVID warnings at a certain level. And also locals only. Californians.
They don't want people traveling there. Okay.
Californians only are the ones.
Actually, this is probably going to be a great time to go because there won't be that many people there.
Well, if you've got a California driver's license, I'm guessing. All right. Tucker Carlson could not stop going on last week about Space Jam, and so I figure I might as well too. Because I found out the plot of Space Jam.
There's a plot?
Yeah, believe it or not. Now, in the original Space Jam, Michael Jordan and a basketball team of Warner Brothers cartoons and other people, coached by Bill Murray, just because, go up against these aliens, these cartoon aliens that want to take over the world, or some. Honestly, I don't know. I didn't see the original Space Jam. Okay. But it is beloved by a certain generation of people, that movie. Well, the sequel, Space Jam: A New Legacy, I found the plot of this. Now, this intrigues me. There will be a basketball game because it's LeBron James. Yeah. But as opposed to just cartoon characters, what happens is that the basketball man, LeBron James, gets...
Basketball man.
He gets sucked into the Warner 3000 Entertainment serververse.
Okay.
So not only does he have access to Warner Brothers cartoons to play on the team, he also has access to Mad Max, Casablanca, Wonder Woman.
Will they go there?
Well, here's the thing.
Well, if they want it to be realistic, they will.
Now, this is on HBO Max July 16th. Here's the thing. He goes in search of Lola Bunny.
Oh, I heard about this.
Yeah.
Bugs' girlfriend.
Now, Lola Bunny, where has she been since the first Space Jam? She's been living on Themyscira, the Wonder Woman island, because she says, I can be more here than just a tune. Now, Tucker Carlson's upset that they made Lola Bunny less sexy.
They made her boobs smaller and put clothes on her.
She went and had a breast reduction surgery of some kind.
But here's the thing: is that there's a lot of problems with some of these old characters, and Lola Bunny was one of them. They just made her a little bit more or less sexualized because, well, and now Tucker doesn't want to have sex with a cartoon rabbit.
This is what's upsetting you, Tucker?
This is what's upsetting him. If not Dr. Seuss, it's this or Mr. Potato Head. That's all he's got. But they've also announced today another Warner Brothers cartoon character who had scenes in the movie originally has now been removed. The most problematic of all Warner Brothers characters.
Tasmanian Devil.
Close. Pepe Le Pew.
Oh.
He's a creep. He is a creeper.
He's a creep. He kind of normalized rape culture. So
the cat didn't want anything to do with him, and he would not leave her alone.
Exactly. Yep. So Pepe Le Pew has been removed from the Space
How about
Jam.
Speedy Gonzalez? Is he there?
Does not say. He's a hero to the Latinx people. They love Speedy Gonzalez.
I know.
We'll see. So there you go. Yes, bow tie enthusiast Tucker wants to have sex with a cartoon rabbit.
Okay.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, thanks, friends of the program, for sending in your traffic alerts. Smooth sailing in Murray, somebody says. Traffic eastbound on Bangor Highway near the I-15 entrance, left lanes block. Thank you to whomever sent that in at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have boner fights on the way to determine who is boner of the day, just for you. coming up. And, we got potty break and all that on the way. News, reasonable amount. Quick Quack Car Wash. Go to don'tdrivedirty.com to find a location near you. And there's a lot of them, especially in Utah County. There's a bunch.
Yeah, Quick Quack Car Wash. Now, take advantage of their monthly memberships at Quick Quack Car Wash. For just $19.99 a month, you can wash your car as many times as you want. You can go in there twice a day if you want. And then they have the Family Flock program, where for I think it's $15 per car, up to 4 cars can also just have unlimited car washing.
Because the unlimited thing is great, because like today it's going to be beautiful and sunny. You're like, I want to wash my car. But then it's going to rain and snow tomorrow. So you're going to want to wash your car maybe later this week. You can do it anytime you want at Quick Quack Car Wash.
Exactly. And there are 27 locations along the Wasatch Front from Logan to Payson. So if you go to don'tdrivedirty.com, you'll find a location there. They're clean, they're green, they're lots of fun. Quick Quack Car Wash.
The workday can get so stressful.
Boy, you came through, everybody. We got a flood of best questions, and don't worry, we're going to hang on to those. And perhaps if we don't read yours today, yours will get read on a different Friday when we do best question of the week. Keep them coming. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Katie, what is our best question today?
Today comes from Missy Parrish. It says, what cartoon character would you see yourself married to? In this situation, they're all single.
Cartoon character. Well, Jane Jetson. Jetson.
Now, you notice in our last break we said even stupid questions, and I think that we picked the dumbest one. But
now, Bill, Jane Jetson, when I think of Jane Jetson, I remember the part in the opening of the Jetsons where she's asking her husband for money, and he pulls out his wallet and takes a couple bucks out, and then she grabs the whole wallet and just leaves him. That's you. You want to be married to that woman?
Wow. Yeah, that's some consequences here, Bill.
Yeah, Gina, because she's just like all women, you know.
They just want money.
Jane, if I could be married to Jane and Judy at the same time.
Wait a minute. Now, mother-daughter?
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's weird.
You went weird, Bill.
Well, and I also like Betty Rubble. I also kind of always like Betty Rubble.
Yeah, there was an appeal to Betty.
But she and Barney, I wouldn't want to break up that relationship.
That they do have a good relationship, you have to admit.
So,
Gina?
but Jane Jetson.
All right.
Woody
Woodpecker?
No, Woody from Toy Story.
Why Woody?
Woody? Because he takes care of everything.
But there's a snake in his boot.
He takes care of everything. He's looking out for everybody, and he
tries to please everybody, Gina, and that never works.
Everybody looks to Woody to make everything better, and he's the moral compass of whatever group he's in.
Now,
everybody.
Could we consider him a cartoon character specifically? I mean,
he's animated.
Yeah, but he's like a what do you call that kind of animation?
That's a computer animation, so you have to decide whether you're a purist or not.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to go down that?
Are you an inkist?
No, I guess I'm not an inkist. It's Woody for me.
Really?
He can ride a horse. He's a gentleman.
Yeah.
Okay. I will go with the absolute sexiest cartoon character, Velma from Scooby-Doo. She's...
Yeah? Yeah.
She's smart.
No, she's hot. She's hot. Well, she's very smart, too. Yes, that's true, but she's hot. I think it's the sweater. The base answer would be Jessica Rabbit, obviously.
Yeah, but
do you want to be married to Jessica Rabbit?
I
she
think
seems
that would
like trouble.
She does seem like a trouble magnet. And also, think about it.
She was an alcoholic, I think.
Think about it. She has sex with rabbits. Okay? Think about that.
Yeah, you don't want
I don't think you want to be married to her. You might. That's a fun weekend. You only married to Jessica
exactly.
Rabbit.
That's a weekend in Toontown right there. There you go.
That's a weekend in Toontown.
And then you walk away, you rub the ink off of your self and pretend it never happened, and then just have fond memories when you're old. You look up and you say, "Grandpa, what are you smiling at about?" And he'll just go, none of your damn business.
You don't need to know.
You want to tell me about her? No, I don't.
Nope. Of course, there's Betty
this
and
is
Veronica.
true.
Betty
sorry.
And Veronica from
Betty and Veronica from Archie Comics. Which do you choose, though, is the question.
It's just they go together. Betty and Veronica.
Bill keeps angling for two.
Well,
you keep doing this plural.
I was born and raised in Utah.
That's true. Your last name is Allred.
Your polygamist roots are showing, Bill.
Yeah.
You're a cartoon polygamist.
If you have to choose, you have to decide. I mean, Betty would be loyal to you for life and would love you forever. However, with Veronica, you got Daddy's money there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go with Veronica then. If I had to make a choice, I'd go with the money.
And you're not wrong, Texter.
I
didn't even dawn on me why I was so attracted to Woody.
Why's that?
Because he's voiced by Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks.
He is.
That's part of it.
Let's see. Someone is saying Luann from King of the Hill. I don't know. She also seems like she's more trouble.
Yeah.
Race Bannon from Johnny Quest.
Sure.
Mike Pence.
Here's the thing about Race Bannon. Is his solution to everything is to throw a barrel at it. It's
it works some of the time, not all the time.
Let me throw a barrel at it. All right. Let's see. People are agreeing with me on Velma. It's the sweater and the glasses combo. Let's see. Clearly, the answer is Lola Bunny from Space Jam.
Oh.
I just found an article. It's 15 cartoon characters we secretly fancied, female cartoon characters. Here, Betty Rubble, Penelope Pitstop.
Oh yes, I remember Penelope Pitstop from the Wacky Races.
Yeah, Daphne from Scooby-Doo.
See, everyone went after Daphne because she, she was the tall, pretty one, but Velma was really the hot.
Oh, the cartoon Wonder Woman is pretty hot.
Yeah, she's all right. Yeah.
Chitara. I don't know who Chitara is.
Chitara from Thundercats.
Oh yeah. Well, there you go.
Pretty,
I see her
pretty
now.
hot too. Yeah.
There are no men in this one. I'm sorry, Gina.
Okay, sorry.
Now Ariel the mermaid, she seems a bit young.
Yeah, I think she was.
But I mean, in the original story, she wasn't. The Little Mermaid. But then there's this villainous evil Lynn from He-Man.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. She seems like a lot of trouble.
Betty Rubble, Betty Boop.
Yeah.
She's got that kind of misshapen head, though.
Could be a problem, yeah.
Sort of odd. Let's see, Catwoman, She-Ra, Princess, Battle of the Planets, the princess from Battle of the Planets.
Yes, oh yeah. Princess, yeah.
April O'Neil, Jasmine from Aladdin, and there you go.
She was on my list as well. But really the proper answer is Lana Kane from Archer.
Why is that?
Not only incredibly hot, but incredibly smart, and would take care of everything.
Okay.
And would protect you, and would just be great. Lana Kane from Archer.
Okay.
Just don't piss her off. Yeah? All right. No, Betty Boop's head is not a tumor. Texter.
That's kind of weird.
Come on, that's not a tumor
head.
This is going to make me want to pull out my copy of Roger Rabbit and watch it this weekend. All right.
If you have a best question, send it to us. You see how that went? That could be you. Your question being answered. Radio from Hell at x96.com.
Because on this day.
In 1958, Gary Newman, English musician, singer, songwriter, record producer, was born.
Musician?
Does it all.
Musician?
It says.
Yeah.
Let's cross that one out. Cross that out.
No?
Not.
Who are you to decide, Bill Allred, whether he's a musician or not?
I just.
If Wikipedia says he's a musician, then by golly, he's a musician.
I'm going to go in and fix that. I'll go along with the rest of those. Producer and so forth.
Make an edit.
Yeah. But musician, I wouldn't. I'm still reading about the Mark Hoffman murder among the Mormons, and been reading about Shannon Flynn, who he didn't write a book about Mark Hoffman. He is the subject of a book written by a couple of people. They spend the whole book interviewing him.
Oh.
It was published in 2017. So he's the central figure of this book that a couple of people put together. But yeah, he's still actively involved in he turns up in chat rooms and stuff all the time and discussing Mormon stuff. And it's a weird world out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right in our own backyard.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Well, anyway, we don't need to get into that again, except there's a picture of Mark Hoffman, a mugshot from prison. It's the battle of the mustaches. I'm telling you. Well, I don't want to talk about it anymore. You guys don't want to talk about it anymore,
You
do you?
clearly do want to talk about
Well,
it.
I don't mind talking about it.
Well, so Mark Hoffman, you hear his voice a lot when those recordings from the parole board.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks like this.
Mm-hmm.
He sounds like he's breathing helium.
He has a horrible voice, and his for being a master forger, if you look at his writing in his journals, you can barely read it. He has horrible handwriting when he's just writing as himself. But apparently, when he wanted to write so that it would look like Thomas Jefferson, he could reproduce that signature just perfectly. He spent his whole life doing this kind of thing because he's a lunatic.
Yeah, they even asked him, do you feel bad about what you did? And not particularly.
Yeah, which is why he will never get out of prison. He could have gotten out if he'd shown some remorse. I bet he probably would be out by now, because this is 35 years ago. But he, and I don't know if he's had other parole hearings, but that one big one that they recorded, and they asked him a lot of questions. Yeah, he showed absolutely no remorse at all.
No.
And and did I hear right? And I missed this detail, but he apparently sent some letters or something that he wanted to have some members of the parole board murdered.
Yeah, because they wouldn't let him out.
Yeah, so that'll kind of.
He's a serial killer. I don't know why, because it's bombing, you don't think of him as a serial killer. He's a serial killer.
Sure.
Yeah, but it was just two. It was only
two is
two,
more than
man.
one.
Yes.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight next, a reasonable amount of news, all of that on the way. Stand by. RandLife.com.
Listen, I've worked with Rand Life on a couple of occasions, refinancing my mortgage, and I would suggest that you look into doing the same thing. You can save a lot of money either by just reducing your monthly payment, or if you want to reduce the term of the loan, you'll save thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. Now, if you call Rand Life, they have very knowledgeable and trained mortgage brokers standing by. 801-478-4500 is the number, 478-4500, and they can answer any questions you have about your current mortgage, or maybe you want to get a new mortgage to buy a new house. These are the people you should go to because they're local. That's one thing for sure. And I've gotten emails from people who said, I took your advice and went to Rand Life, and the experience was terrific. So 801-478-4500 or go to randlife.com.
Is what we've got here. It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well...
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
Just... Because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number one, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number two, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
yeah.
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah. You've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
No.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
According to the response I'm getting, that drop is hitting a little too close to home. Okay.
I can see that.
All right. Well, let's see. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 or 7 minutes. And before we get to that, let's quickly talk about Mad Marchness. It's not your fault. It's the site's. We're still voting in round 1.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to change today.
I thought it was supposed to change today as well,
okay.
but apparently not. We're still voting for round 1, so it's your last chance to get in there and vote for round 1 of all of our picks. If you just go to x96.com and you can see our faces on the rotating banner, and it says Mad Marchness, and you pick your favorites out of our brackets.
Yeah.
All 4 of us, we each have 4, and we'll see where it goes. We should have some response. I'm betting today will be the last chance that you get to vote for round 1. And I'll bet it's merely moments before that goes away. As soon
you
as
go now.
As soon as the person who runs the website gets to work. So you may want to get there now. X96.com. We'll take a look at that coming up. But we do have big boy news before we get to Boner Fight. About 6 or 7 minutes worth of reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
Brought to you by Les Schwab Tire Centers. Doing the right thing matters.
All right, thank you.
Well, one of the wealthiest women in the world, Mackenzie Scott.
Not just one of the most wealthy people in the world. Not just women, but
she's gotten remarried. She was married to Jeff Bezos, and she and Jeff.
Oh, okay.
She and Jeff started Amazon, and she was very instrumental in all of that as well as Jeff, and then they got divorced, and she was left with how much money? Some billions of dollars. $53 billion. $53 billion was her settlement, was her half of the business. She has remarried just recently, and she's married a high school teacher. And he says, let's see, his name is Dan Jewett. He is a science teacher at the prestigious Seattle school attended by her children. And he says, I am determined to help Mackenzie give away her money. Because that's really what she said she's going to do with the $53 billion.
Really?
Nobody needs $53 billion.
She said, I'm going to...
just don't.
My job is now to give away all of this money.
That's
pretty interesting.
It sounds kind of funny to say it, but it's a job to give away that money.
What do you think?
It's not as simple as just...
What do you think? The Rockefeller Foundation, for instance.
Yeah, it's a whole business giving money away.
There is still a Rockefeller, I believe, in charge of the Rockefeller Foundation, which has been in existence for many, many years, and the only job is to give away Rockefeller money that was,
the Bill and
stolen
Melinda
from
Gates
people.
Foundation does that too.
Yeah, but the Rockefeller, for instance, pretty interesting because, he was a robber baron essentially.
Yeah.
Same with the Carnegie Foundation. Again, Andrew Carnegie made all of that money, and now that's just in mining, I think it was. Now the whole process is just giving it away. So Mackenzie, we're here.
I was going to say I don't think they're trying hard enough to give it away. I think that you could do it.
On Sunday, the Critics' Choice Awards, and I think it was Jason Sudeikis. He won a whole bunch of awards for Ted Lasso. And he also apparently gave a shout-out to his ex, Olivia Wilde, and their kids, Daisy and Otis.
That's nice.
No, I didn't know they had kids together.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I want to thank my kids, and Otis and Daisy, and I want to thank their mom, Olivia, who had the initial idea to do this as a TV show. You and Brendan and Joe like doing that so much, you should do it as a movie or a TV show, she said, and she was right. So this is just based on a character that he
was
kept kicking around and he'd do at parties and stuff. So
hey, do that Ted Lasso thing. That's fun.
All right.
Let's see. A study of an aggressive COVID-19 strain in Brazil, and and the U.S. found that plasma from 8 people vaccinated 5 months ago with coronavirus vaccine failed to, this is the Chinese vaccine, I think, that it failed to effectively neutralize the new Amazon strain called, Amazonian strain from Brazil called P1. The study didn't show if CoronaVac, is what it's called, can still stop people from getting sick from the variant, one of the main goals of vaccination campaigns. But I think, this is just the Chinese
don't scare
vaccine.
people.
Is anybody scared out there?
No, I don't
How about
want to
this?
give
How about-
anybody
Boo!
any
How
reason
about that?
to
Boo!
not
You
to
started
get
that
the
story, and
vaccine.
I was like, wait, I'm getting mine on Thursday. Don't.
Well, but you do have to be worried about, I mean, there are these variants flying around, which is not to say you shouldn't get a vaccine, but I worry that we're sort of experiencing this wonderful lull. We're in the eye of the hurricane, essentially.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a spike coming up here in a week or two.
But the more people that get vaccinated, and all of the vaccines that are available to us here in the United States offer some amount of protection. They're varying degrees
Really
of
good
protection.
protection.
Yeah, and protection against the variants. So get your shot.
Utah lawmakers passed 2 bills that restrict voter rights in this past legislative session that ended on Friday. They're making it harder to get a citizen initiative or referendum on the ballot. And there was a second piece of legislation which prohibits party switching in the months leading up to a primary election. In both instances, legislators portrayed their actions as attempts to protect Utah's elections from influence by outside groups with ill intent. On the initiative and referendum front, Senator Jerry Stevenson blamed out-of-state groups for spending large amounts of money to push Utah to legalize medical marijuana. He co-sponsored a bill that attempts to limit such influence by banning the payment of petition passers on a per-signature basis. So right now, you can if you're a petition taker, walking around saying, will you sign the petition, they pay you per signature for that. He says, now critics say that that's intended to shut down voter-driven lawmaking. That's the reason because there's really no evidence that, I mean, so what if you're paying a petition passer per signature? What, are they forcing you to sign it?
No, they still can't fake the signature.
Yeah, those signatures need to be verified.
Yeah, and if they try to fake it, then they get caught, and that has happened.
They check all that. They check every signature on those lists.
Also, lawmakers stepped up to provide $50 million in state money to address homelessness and housing. So hopefully that'll have some effect. And they said, okay, Dixie College, if you want to change your name, Dixie University, I guess it is now. If you want to change your name, you can. But boy, we're not completely in favor of it. But I don't know. And they also voted and they passed legislation which would limit executive powers in an emergency to rein in the governor's authority.
We were out of control with this trying to keep people safe thing. We were way out of control.
What sort of a problem is this? I don't. You make it sound like he's raiding the vaults. You know,
they made some blunders. I mean, the whole chloroquine.
Well, that's true.
There were blunders made, mistakes were made, but all in all, stuff had to be done and done quickly without. Well, let's call the legislature into session and then talk about it endlessly.
Yeah.
That's the problem with all of that. Let's see. This is scary. A swarm. Here, Gina, this will scare people. A swarm of 20,000 earthquakes in Iceland may, they're saying, cause Icelandic volcanoes, of which there are many, to start erupting.
Well,
more than 20.
I just said, wow.
Yeah, more than 20,000 earthquakes have shaken southern Iceland this past week, rattling the capital city of Reykjavik and keeping geologists on their toes as signs point to a pending volcanic eruption. The Icelandic Meteorological Office reported on Thursday, March 4th, that the marathon quakes continue. If they continue, volcanoes could start erupting.
Yeah, but that's far away from here. We're good.
And
right?
I don't know. It probably would have.
I mean,
some
we're worried
effect.
about the big Yellowstone caldera. That's the one that's the one that's going to get us.
Yeah, what was that movie? With Woody Harrelson and the end of the world,
2000,
End of Days.
What year? What year? It's what year everything was supposed to end? It was
2012.
Yeah.
2001, wasn't it?
Katie says
No,
2012.
2012.
Yeah.
That's going to happen.
It's Boner.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you love watching horror films, a priest says you better stop because you'll be possessed by the devil.
Okay.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, here we go. The winner from round one, a really good one from the 7 o'clock hour. Burn the mask, burn the mask. Idaho kids, and it's on video at the State House in Boise, Idaho. Of course, they're there with their parents, carrying signs that say, stop the mask, stop masking, get out of our lives. They had masks with Joe Biden's name written on them, and they're throwing them into a burning trash barrel. Burn the mask, burn the mask. And I believe the lieutenant governor or the governor of, I think it was the lieutenant governor of Idaho, was in attendance at this and fully supportive of it.
Legitimized it.
Going up against number 2, Woo, Good Kill. And it's Wisconsin hunters killing 216 wolves in less than 60 hours, sparking an uproar, which I think is highly justified.
Yeah.
So that's number 2.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. 1 or 2, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Easy way to vote via text. The computer counts it. Or you can call 877-602-9696, and somebody in the producer's booth will take your call, and you can speak to a human being and voice your vote. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 8, 2021, and vote there. Chances are when you get to x96.com, you won't see that box right away, so refresh your browser. We just put the box up there, so refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Druthernuther. D-R-U-T-H-E-R-N-U-T-H-E-R. Druthernuther. And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats, and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is druthernuther.
Heckfire, LeGrand, it sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. Danged old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just cancel Halloween without a second thought?
LeGrand, if the feds can make you cover up your smile with a COVID mask, they sure as heck can cancel Halloween.
Well, I suppose. But the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always liked raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What?
Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outset of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife, Carol, makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy, except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-O-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-O-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-O-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars if possible. But any kind of candy bar is better than... Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-O-Honey a long time ago. One time in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's because the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
How about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Mars Bar?
I'd rather not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd druther another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Perfect.
All right, 9:37 right now. Let's award boner of the day.
And it's brought to you in part by filet mignon and scallops and some cauliflower.
And children.
Okay. The first one, boner candidate number one, burn the mask. At the Idaho State House, no less. Having a big party there with a burning trash barrel and then kids putting their face masks in the fire. And then boner candidate number two, woo, good kill. Wolves being slaughtered in Wisconsin because of they were taken off the endangered species list. Now that may have been warranted because they have proliferated, but the way that they handled it after they took them off the list, killing 216 wolves in less than 60 hours.
Seems excessive.
Well, apparently Wisconsin sold 13 times higher than the quota of wolves permits.
No.
13 times higher permits than there were wolves.
Yeah. That was number two, and that handily won. Boner candidate number two, woo, good kill, wins boner of the day.
That's your boner of the day for today. It now qualifies to be boner of the week. That'll happen on Friday. All right, Katie, go ahead and hit that. And let's.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Let's talk to Darren.
Darren at the stateroom. This phone call must mean good news.
What is that, Darren?
Wow, that's a lot of pressure.
I know.
It was required to have good news. The pandemic is over, people. Congratulations.
But it is. I'm assuming that the reason we're talking to you is that the stateroom is going to start doing something soon.
Well, it's nice to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I don't think it's a train anymore. So we're getting excited to, maybe have some outdoor opportunities this summer. As you know, the stateroom presents is a bevy of venues and outdoor situations, and I can't say for sure what facet of it is going to be doing events, but I feel pretty comfortable that at least one of them will be.
Are
How's
you
that for
going
a
to?
political answer?
That's really vague, Darren. It's just exceptionally vague.
Nothing's official, but we're hopeful.
Yeah, I think right. I don't have any shows to announce to you at this moment.
Okay.
But we're getting excited about working on some outdoor experiences. Hopefully, early summer through the summer, fall. Hopefully we're back indoors next winter. I mean, who the hell knows, right?
Yeah, I mean, so what are some of the venues that you're kind of maybe thinking about, or do you want to be vague about that as well?
What?
I can, I can be either way, Bill. It's fine. We have the Deer Valley concert series that we are working on. Seeing what's out there. I mean, the tricky thing in the concert industry right now, I'm sure as you guys know, maybe your listeners don't, is that, it revolves around bands being able to tour the country.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they might be able to get dates in Utah or Texas or, name another wacky state, but to connect the dots, they might not be able to get dates in the states in between, and then you really can't have a tour put together. But, but we're working on some stuff this summer, hopefully up at Deer Valley. We got some ideas for, maybe outdoors at some of the venues in Salt Lake City. This is like a little bit of a teaser so that you'll have me back on maybe in 3 weeks for some more important news.
Okay, all right. Well, and in the meantime, Darren, you should be encouraging everyone to get their vaccine.
There you go.
Oh, I can't wait. Luckily, I'm not 50 yet, but unfortunately, I'm not in the 50 and over window. So I know my partner, Chris Motz, is old enough to get his vaccine, and I think he's getting it on Wednesday. But, yeah, I think everybody needs to get out there and not be a baby and get a prick in the arm.
Yeah, well, it's now I think it's interesting that what you're doing is it's like putting a big puzzle together, and you don't have all the pieces yet, but you're trying to put it together, and I think that's terrific, and I'm very hopeful that we will be enjoying some concert live music with you soon.
I hope so more than anyone out there. I think I think we're getting there. I think we're on the path. We're not sure how long that path is going to take, right?
Yeah, when you come back on in maybe 3 weeks, maybe you'll be a little less vague.
I would love to be less vague. You know me. I usually like to shoot from the hip, but my mask is on. I'm tied.
It's Darren Piccoli from the Stateroom and the Commonwealth and Deer Valley Concert Series, and they have their hands in all kinds of concert events. It's nice to hear from you again, by the way.
Yes.
Glad nice to hear you guys, too.
All right.
Can't wait till we can do this in person soon.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. Stay safe, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Okay, likewise.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, let's take a break, and we'll be back, and we'll crawl towards the exits after these. Strong Volkswagen.
Yeah, listen, Volkswagens are, I mean, what a history these cars have, Volkswagens. And Strong VW has the great selection of new and used Volkswagens available. You can go into the dealership at 1070 South Main, but really try shopping online at strongvw.com. strongvw.com. If you want a better car, that's where you need to go. Go to strongvw.com. They have lifetime warranties, no charge. This will give you that'll give you free car washes, paint touch-up, loaner cars, dent and glass repair, all for the life of the car as long as you own it, on every new and every pre-owned vehicle. So that's the lifetime warranty on new and used cars at Strong VW. So go to strongvw.com Buy your car online today from Strong. I'm really excited to. I was worried about not being able to get fudge from my usual sources, but apparently I can get
your
fudge
usual
online.
fudge
Well,
source?
you know, at the I like to go around to holiday boutiques, you know, and buy my Christmas fudge. And,
but since normal fudge tunnels have been closed these years,
yeah. That's true. And but apparently I can get my holiday fudge, and I'm hoping Pinoche as well. Online fudge, I think is.
But is it local fudge?
Yes.
Because you want the local fudge. I
think there's a way I can get local fudge online. That's what I'm hoping. But you know, I like to go around to the holiday boutiques, and I'll buy some thumbprint cookies, and you know, holiday fudge.
Do you like nuts in your fudge, or are you just straight ahead fudge?
I like corn. I'm sorry.
We're just going to leave you hanging there on that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was terrible.
We're going to let you.
There's a body in the street, and we're walking away from it. That's just,
nuts, nutty fudge. Nutty fudge is okay. Yeah, just don't overdo it with the nuts and the fudge. But I don't understand fudge.
You've been going on and on about it, and you don't get it?
I don't understand it. It's like you're eating a giant square of frosting.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
it's for people who don't like brownies.
I guess.
You can't eat a lot of fudge. Fudge is like a
it's like that much.
Side tiny.
It's like a mouthful, and that's all you need.
You know, there's fudge in the Biden White House. Yeah. Let's see. Well, I gotta
you mean
find
there
that.
will be? Because
there
there's not a
will
Biden
be.
White House
Well,
yet.
in the cabinet.
There's the promise of fudge?
There is fudge in the cabinet, in Biden's cabinet.
There's a director or secretary of?
Marcia Louise Fudge.
Oh, okay.
She's an American politician. She's in the House of Representatives, but I think she's been asked by Biden to be Agriculture Secretary.
Well, that's perfect. Although fudge isn't
agriculture.
something you farm.
Well, in my case, it is.
Well, no, it's mined, isn't it? So,
yeah, got a fudge mine.
Mining for fudge.
Yeah, drill for it sometimes.
In the fudge caves.
You can either drill for it or mine for it.
Oh, there's a cave. There's caves.
There are fudge caves. Yeah.
Yes.
Those are very, very rare, but that's natural fudge. It's hard to.
That's the best kind.
Hard to find.
Are we done yet with this?
Well, and you know they have special containers called fudgeware that they pack it in, and that's all I'm saying.
Now we're walking away from the body that you are in the street.
Mm-hmm.
I am out.
I make one corn comment.
I'm out.
Mine was a little bit more subtle. All right.
Yeah, sure was.
It was.
All
right. Play that again because Gina loved it so
What
much.
what is the movie they're showing?
I can't remember the movie. It's on the Netflix edition of Mystery Science Theater, though.
Okay. Oh, it's the new MSTQ.
Yeah. Mad Marchness. Now, so far, our round one candidates are still up there.
Probably not even all day today, will they?
No, wait. I think I saw that there are winners from the first round.
We need to refresh.
Yeah.
Okay. All
there
right.
are winners from the first round.
All right. Now let's take a look. We are at round two. Okay. Yeah. All right. So here are the candidates now. Here are our picks. In round two, the 1966 Batmobile, my pick.
Mm-hmm.
Going up against Bill's A Note for My Kid About a Dead Raccoon.
Oh, so the dead raccoon note beat Gina's broken ankle.
You both beat me then.
Mm.
Oh.
So that's round two. Let's see. The next one in round two is My Dogs, Hudson and Ripley.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go up against Katie's pick, A Triceratops That You Can Ride. And then, Gina's fancy hat won.
Oh, okay.
Out of all my things, that one?
Your fancy hat.
Mm-hmm.
It will go up against my pick, Drunken Dr. McCoy.
Oh, see, I have no chance in that one.
I don't know.
No chance.
I don't know. It's just an action figure.
No, this is actually Dr. McCoy drunk, controlling the Enterprise. He's sitting there. You can see that. He's got a bottle of booze in his hand. Oh. And then the other pick is Bill's A Drink by the Fire.
Ah, yes.
Versus my pick, Galactus the Planet Eater. Oh. So there you go. That's round two of Mad Marchness. Go there now and vote. Pick your favorites.
I can't believe my camel butter dish didn't do better.
Well,
people, I don't know. People are against camel butter, I guess. I've tried camel butter, and it's terrible.
Gina, I kind of get the feeling that you're not surprised that it didn't.
I thought for sure camel butter dish was going all the way.
I'm sure that as you took the picture and sent it in, you thought to yourself, this is something people can get behind.
No, actually, I voted for it.
You did? Oh,
yes,
thanks.
I did, because I love that butter dish.
It's
Isn't
a great
it
butter
great?
dish.
Yes.
You know the only bad thing about that butter dish? You can't fit a whole stick of butter.
Well, then
Oh, if I'd known that, I wouldn't have voted for it. That's
you have
stupid.
to cut it in half.
Well, then what's the point?
Yeah.
It's half a butter dish.
I mean, you.
Well, its camel butter is so strong.
Yeah,
you know?
it's.
I mean,
It's
my mother's Tupperware one will take a whole stick of butter, right?
Nope, it won't fit all.
If I had known that, I wouldn't have voted for it, because that's stupid. I just like the way
Egyptian
it
butter
looks.
sticks are small. They just are. So.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, that's just-
It's irritating,
well,
actually.
It's because we're American. That's it. You know,
Yeah.
Is that it? All right. I can't imagine why my camel butter dish didn't.
For sure.
It's pretty cool looking.
Well, let me just say this about your fancy hat, your fancy
What?
horse racing hat.
Yeah.
That thing is handmade.
It is custom.
It is a custom handmade hat
Mm-hmm.
from
Friend
our
of the
friend
program.
from our friend Aces Wild.
And
Find him
that
on
go-
Facebook.
What's that going against?
Drunken Dr. McCoy.
Yeah, it doesn't have a chance, I don't think.
I don't know. That's a tough one.
You know what? I can fit a whole stick of butter in that hat. I can.
You can.
I can
It's
fit a
big
whole
enough.
stick of butter in my. Well, maybe I better not say that.
I'm proud to say only a half.
And I was just going to say my mouth.
Oh. I'm still proud to say only
Well,
a
yeah,
half.
I was going to say that doesn't help much.
All right, so x96.com, click on the rotating banner. Oh, Gina, Land O'Lakes has half sticks of butter.
Perfect.
Yeah, they do.
So you
right,
can
I've
use it
seen
for
that.
your
I'll get some of those.
for your camel butter dish. And again, this your soft butter, it's very important. Very important to have. It just rips the hell out of your bread if you don't have soft butter.
I agree. I think that's something we can all agree on.
Two things. There are rules about butter. Salted and room temperature. That's the important thing.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Should we do the promo for the
yes.
show?
You all ready? Here we go.
And then we have to do a promo for the film festival, which we're taking your submissions. I think starting
Online
today.
submissions.
Yeah. We're doing it online again this year.
And you're going to get a prize. We have a very good prize for the winner of the film festival.
I believe a very good prize. It's a $500 gift card. So
That's a good prize.
Yeah. But let's do the promo, and then we'll do the other one off the air.
Okay.
All right. Ready? Yes. Welcome back to another full week of Radio from Hell.
It's Tuesday, which means at 7 a.m., LeVar and LeGrand join us for another Utah Word of the Day.
Then at 7:45, accountant Michael A. York will answer your questions with Ask an Accountant. So if you have questions, send them to radiofromhell@x96.com.
And at 9 a.m., Todd will have a tune for our Tuesday morning.
Well, it's all happening on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Okay, yeah, the Radio from Hell Film Festival. You can submit your films starting today. You have until March 26th at 5 p.m. to get them in. You do it at x96.com. Remember, they must be 5 minutes or less. Emphasis on less.
Mm-hmm.
There's there's no item or line of dialogue or anything that needs to just whatever your films are. Just.
Mm-hmm. Finalists will be posted at x96.com, and then we're going to ask you to vote. So that means you'll be able to watch them while you're at work because you don't work at work.
Mm-hmm.
The winning film will get a $500 gift card, as Bill said, and the title of the Radio from Hell Film Festival winner. Well, and that's you can ride that.
Sure.
you can.
Right to Hollywood. Ride it straight to Hollywood.
Or at least a free meal.
Mm-hmm. Well, as far as $500 will take you.
So go to x96.com and submit your film. Third annual International Radio from Hell Film Festival.
So we're speaking to people overseas as well.
Yeah.
If you're listening to this overseas, we need you to enter so that we can legitimately call this the International Film Festival.
Mm-hmm. We're big in Reykjavik, so
Really? I didn't know.
which is why that's why Bill had that story earlier about the Iceland volcanoes.
Anytime I get a chance to bring up
Yeah.
Reykjavik, it's because we have listeners there.
Our listeners in Reykjavik deserve to know that they
It's local news for them.
Yeah.
Indeed. All right, I think that's everything, right? We got all our business taken care of?
Seems to be.
Pretty much. All right. Fine job, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Mike Nesmith is the John Lennon of the Monkees.
I think he's more the George Harrison, because wasn't George the quiet one?
That's what I thought. But Bill
Mike
thinks it's
Nesmith's
the other
the talking
way.
all the time.
Yeah,
He's the
all right.
talking one.
Okay. Corey is next.